the chairperson of the NYDA board and other board members. Good morning. It's been a long time not seeing you. I want you to open your videos so that I can see all of you. Honorable members want to see you. Where are your board members? CEO, your chair, your deputy chair, Alexandra, I can see Karabo. And who else? You have only 3
recording in progress.
Deputy Chair, where are your board members?
Good morning, honorable members. They are online. Ms. Pearl was just switching on her camera. The chair is also online.
I don't see them. We want to see them. I see Pearl is here. So it's only you and Pearl.
Good morning, Honorable Chair.
Good morning, Chair. Once again, the chairperson is online. Ms. Alexandra is online. Ms. Pearl Pillay is also online, Chair.
I see yourself, Alexandra, Pearl Pillay. I see the staff, I think it's your executive members, executive managers. I see the CEO. Intole kahle namhlanje. Thulisa vula le video yakho. Mhlawumbe ufaka ama-pajama nje. Mr. Ndlela, open your camera, please.
Chair, I've just logged in. My apologies. I was told you were supposed to log in at 12:30, so I am still trying to make sure that my camera is.
Akwazi ukuba ibhare kungakwazi into ze-IT wena ke vula
Asifani,
ikamera
ayakufani nami.
ufaka ama-pajama.
Akufani nami sihlalo futhi into entsha njengimilayo la namhlanje. Angazi kwenzeka kanjani. Yazi ukuthi into zabantu kodwa ke ngicela ungenze imizuzu
Ngiyabona into zabantu.
Hayi into zabantu ngiyasola. Ayifani nami kodwa le nto yazi yangikhuluma kabi lento eParliament bakithi.
Dr. Penis, may you please open your camera? Mafika, vula ilokhu njani ikamera yakho. Vula nama camera.
Chairperson, can you see me?
Yes, my dear. You can close it, Dokotela. Sengikubonile.
Good morning, Chairperson. I would also like to tender an apology for the DG.
Okay.
She will not be able to attend the meeting because she's attending the meeting on at Stats SA on gender series volume report. So she will not be able to join us today. Thanks.
Okay. Where do I know from the department? Where is your team? Dr. Ban.
I see Ndate Matlala is available. OJ will be joining us. I just sent him the
Ndate
link.
Matlala. Can't you ban Ndate Matlala?
Chair.
Our parliamentary liaison, thanks.
Oh. Mina ngifuna your unit.
Mr. OJ Fori is joining us. I forwarded the link to him.
Okay, thank you very much, honorable members. A very good morning to yourselves. I declare this meeting officially open. It's been a long time not having NYDA into our parliamentary committee. Well, hopefully that today you are going to answer all our questions, including the department, because there are other things that are related to the department, especially on the youth branch. We'll want to hear from the department other things that we haven't raised during last week when the department was here. But I think the first thing first, before we even go to the ARC presentation, what I want to know from you as the portfolio committee, we want to hear from you. There have been anonymous letters that have been circulated. They've been sent to us. Myself, as the chairperson, I've received that. And all those allegations regarding the CEO. What I want to check from you as the board, what is it that you have done? Chair and Deputy Chair, Mr. Ndlela, Pillay, Alexandra, we want to hear from you. What is it that you have done regarding those allegations? Because they were anonymous, but remember, they further call the chair and say, I must ask you on how do you invest the pension fund of your employees? Because there's an outcry that your employees, when they retire or they resign, they don't get what is expected. So they suspect something is fishy. You know, so when the chair is receiving calls from anonymous people, there's nothing I can do. All I need to do is to ask you on how do you invest their pension fund, the pension fund of your employees, and what have you done with the allegations that are there on those letters that are circulating. What I've done also, I have raised that with the AG's office, and I told the AG office that they must separate when they do audit, what is it that they've done regarding those anonymous allegations. And they have responded to the portfolio committee, but what we told them is that they must separate those that are not in their scope of practice and deal with those ones and leave those that are relevant to operational matters, which is those ones, they belong to the NYDA. So we are expecting to hear from the board on what is it that we have done so far. Over to you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to the honorable members, the board members, as well as management and the participants present. Honorable Chair, I must firstly just start apologizing if I am not as audible as I would have liked to be. It's because I'm just recovering from the flu. But briefly, Honorable Chair, just to respond to your concern, wish to just bring it to the portfolio committee that yes, indeed, we would have received a series of anonymous emails alleging that the CEO had been part of activities relating to corruption, as well as mismanagement of funds. And so what would have transpired at the level of the board was to respond to the anonymous sender, thanking him or her firstly for the emails, but also to really enforce the principle that as the board, we really take allegations of such nature with the seriousness that they deserve. But also we would have outlined to the anonymous sender the various channels that are available to them insofar as reporting such matters. Now, at the level of the agency, Honorable Chair, the agency has adopted a zero tolerance approach to fraud and corruption. So equally, the board has remained consistent in that regard. But we would have also then just taken through the anonymous sender on the various processes that are at their disposal insofar as reporting such. Now, one of those, Chair, is in line with the prevention and combating of corruption activities. The NYDA has maintained and implemented the fraud prevention and whistleblowing policy, as well as the fraud prevention plan, and that the public is thus encouraged to report fraud and corruption. We equally have a toll-free line where all suspicious and corrupt activities should be reported. But equally, and maybe taking it a step further, and for the benefit of this particular meeting, key among developments of the agency that you would have spoken about would be these allegations. And as the board, we have resolved to appoint an independent legal firm that will be able to probe the veracity of such allegations. And we are pleased to report that the work has commenced. And once the legal report is completed, the board will ensure that the executive authority as well as the portfolio committee are fully briefed on the outcomes of such an inquiry. As things stand, Chairperson, they have conducted the first phase of the inquiry. But due to the fact that they were not entirely satisfied, they had requested that they then embark on a second phase, which they had indicated that the completion of the second phase will be before the end of November this year. And then after that, they would be able to then furnish the board with their findings, which, as indicated, Chairperson, will be made available to the portfolio committee members. That's as far as we have gone insofar as this particular matter is concerned. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the report. Maybe let me check if the honorable members have questions. If there's none, we'll await that report. Time frame, Chair, still cut time frame. Asfuni lololol.
Yes, Chairperson. So the attorneys have indicated that the report should be ready by end of November this year. So once that report is ready, we'll make it available through the committee secretary.
We'll invite you to come and present the report. As soon as the report is available, you must alert the chair, and then we'll then invite you as NYDA to come and present the report to the portfolio committee. Because we don't want to be seen as if we are a portfolio committee that just ignores things when they are said or they are presented to us. Because, you know, at one stage when I was reading that thing, it was saying the portfolio committee is not dealing with these allegations and so forth and so forth. So we don't want to be co-opted in your issues, the NYDA. Okay. We don't want to be co-opted to NYDA issues. You need to deal with them as and when they come and as and when they are reported to yourselves, so that at least you know, you are not in the newspapers for wrong reasons. Like one of our entities, every time when you read the newspaper, it's for wrong reasons. There's nothing good that is told by them, but it's only funny things most of the time. You know, good things that they're doing are not reported. But thank you very much for that response. Let me get apologies. Nelisa, are there any apologies?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair and members and NYDA delegation. Chair, I have received one apology from the Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. She will not be able to attend today's meeting due to an invitation that she received from the President to attend a meeting of the state visit of the President of is it Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, which is taking place today, Chair. So she's attending that meeting, yes.
That's
And the
where
second-
I was in Algeria and Tindorf.
Oh.
I was there. Yeah.
The second one, Chair, is from a board member, Ms. Lebogang Molausi. She will join the meeting later, Chair. She's held up in another meeting. Thank
Where's
you, Chair.
Mr. Mchachuban?
I'm told he's trying to log in, Chair. I'm not sure, I haven't seen him in the waiting room.
He's been not attending portfolio committee for how many times?
Many times, Chair, is like the minister.
Yeah. And when they were applying about Avela, that's Avela. And unfortunately, we'll make recommendations as the portfolio committee that if board members don't attend our meetings, apologies, we'll make recommendations because young people out there are crying. They have many challenges and they are expected to be doing something, even if they are part-time board members. So we are not going to take apologies as more than one. Because abantu are available. Chairperson, what is your comment regarding attendance of your board members?
No, thank you very much, Chairperson, and definitely we take the views quite seriously. We will be engaging Mr. Mchachuban after this, in fact, during the course of this meeting, just to ensure that he is on the plan.
Asanda, you got cut off.
Oh, apologies, Chairperson. My connection is a bit unstable. Am I audible?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, no, Chairperson, sorry, I was saying that we take the views of the honorable members and we will take it upon ourselves to engage Mr. Mchachuban and ensure that he's consistent so far as attendance is concerned. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay. Chair, what I will request is you send the anonymous letters to us so that you can compare if we have the same thing. So that when you start your investigation, we are sure that you are dealing with the same report. Kungabi that Tina, we got something else, Nina, you got something else. So we want to get the one that you have as NYDA. if you can send to Nelisa today, so that at least we can compare what we have and what you have, if it's the same thing. Okay, over to you, Chairperson of ARC.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Good morning to all Honourable Committee members of the Portfolio Committee, to management, and just everyone on the call. If I may, I would like to share my presentation on the screen.
You are the new chair.
Yes, I am, Honourable Chairperson. I joined after year end, so it was in March. So I would say I'm relatively not that new, but yes, I am.
But it's for the first time that you came to the Portfolio Committee.
It's now the second time. The first time it was on the Q1 reporting, but it's the first time reporting the annual report.
Oh, so your video was off, so I didn't see you.
No, apologies for that.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you, Chair. I seem to be struggling to present my screen. Can I just ask the Secretariat to quickly assist?
Oh, okay. Nelly, can you please give a rights to, yeah.
Okay, please let me know if you can see it.
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. So yes, today I'll be presenting the Audit and Risk Committee report as it relates to the annual report for the financial year 2021-2022. And so in terms of what we'll cover today, we'll be focusing on the oversight responsibilities that the Audit and Risk Committee has executed on. We'll also just look at how the meetings that were attended. And in terms of just the responsibilities, we'll cover some of the elements of the internal control environment, which as the Audit and Risk Committee, we rely on quite heavily in terms of just getting comfort over the annual financial statements and the annual report in general. And then we'll also look at irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And then we'll close off by just highlighting the outcome of the BEE results of the agency. And then finally, I'll then just conclude on the overall outcome of the Audit and Risk Committee, their perception on the actual annual report. Now, if I go into the meetings that were attended, so the new committee, as stated, was effectively appointed from the 1st of April 2022. And so as a new committee, we attended 2 meetings, one in July, where the annual report or the financials were reviewed. And this meeting included the Auditor General as well as management. And we went through essentially the results of and the management report that came from the Auditor General, and following which we then had a subsequent special meeting where the financial statements were and the annual report in general was recommended to the board for final approval. And then if we just look at the report of the committee, we can say the previous Audit and Risk Committee had 4 ordinary meetings and 5 special meetings where they essentially also executed their responsibilities. And I mean, the responsibilities go beyond the financial statements. They also look at compliance with laws and regulations. And as mentioned, the internal control environment. And so engagements were held between the chairperson of the time of the Audit and Risk Committee, as well as management, as and when the need arose. And just in terms of that, we could confirm that they fulfilled their responsibilities in line with the ARC Charter, which requires them to meet at least 4 times a year. If I move on to just our oversight responsibilities now, as mentioned, we rely quite heavily on internal audit in terms of just the reasonable assurance that they provide to us as the Audit and Risk Committee around the effectiveness of the internal control environment. And so what was found in terms of just the key outcome in the current year was that the the financial and risk management controls that exist within the agency are partially effective, they are efficient and transparent. And the reason why they're partially effective is because of just an exceptional, I'd say, deficiency, which is just the consistency between reconciling transactions, supporting schedules, as well as the trial balance. And why that is important is that those reports ultimately feed into the annual reports, into the financial statements. We do want to highlight, though, that in as much as they are effective, given the final audit opinion of the Auditor General, it was found that although there were these reconciling differences, they were not material enough to warrant an outcome which would have resulted in a qualified audit report. So still a clean audit report was obtained in the current year. And so I just want to also highlight that in accordance with the PFMA and the King 4 report on corporate governance, internal audit provided us as the committee as well as management with assurance, and we do believe that they remain independent. And so again, in terms of what the deficiencies that were found, in terms of how they were resolved, there were corrective actions that were implemented by management, and essentially enhancements continue to be made to the internal control process. And so it is a work in progress. Overall, in terms of what drove the internal control environment and key drivers that we focus on, the outcomes for the current year, particularly as it relates to financial management, we found that the agency remained consistent on a year-on-year basis, achieving a 71% outcome. And the reason for that 71% instead of 100% outcome relates mainly to, again, the reconciling differences, and just, I think what in terms of the management report and the feedback from the Auditor General, it was really issues around casting and adding just on the face of the financial statement. So the oversight that was required there was lacking a bit in the current year. However, we do realize that because of the changes in management, where the CFO resigned in the new year, and then we had an acting CFO, and then finally there was a formal official CFO appointed towards March, or the end of March, which is closer to year end. It does make sense that obviously during that handover process, there would be certain misstatements, and certain exceptional cases that would be picked up. But ultimately, we are comfortable that the consistent result is better than them regressing. And so this is just some of the things that management acknowledged and are working to obviously improve in the new financial year. If we look at just performance management information, there was an improvement in the current year from 79% to 100%. And that relates mainly to just meeting the performance targets that are set in terms of the annual performance plan. And so we were quite pleased with that particular outcome. And again, this also feeds into the Auditor General report, because they audit the program, but particularly the ones that are focused on, like it's program 2, the ones that are that are focused on job employment opportunities, etc. And even with that, they found that there were no material or misstatements that they identified. And lastly, I'll say in terms of compliance, there was an improvement again in the current year from 86% to 93%. And again, it's not 100% outcome. However, it is an improvement, and we commend management for that. The reason why an improvement can still be achieved here is the fact that the auditors also identified, and management also acknowledges that in terms of HR policies, the vacancy rate is currently not where it should be. And I mean, the CEO will cover this in his report, where we identified that it was above the prescribed 10% that's required. At year end, it was sitting at 17%. However, this was also an improvement from 24% in the previous year. So we are noting significant progress coming through from management in that regard. If I move on to the irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, we do note that there were none identified in the current year. And this was also confirmed by both internal audit and as well as external audit. So we're also comfortable with that outcome. And then last but not least is the results on the BEE outcome. Essentially, the agency has achieved a level 4 status, and this is after discounting it from level 5 due to the agency not necessarily achieving 40% compliance level towards supplier development. And when we engage management on this particular point, the feedback that we've received is that there is currently a training plan that has been crafted by the supply chain management team, that where they have now scheduled and will be holding training sessions with suppliers in respect of just showing them how to respond to RFQs and tenders. And in addition to that, they're also at head office looking to prioritize procurement, and utilizing just the products and services of previously funded grant recipients, who are young people who were part of the grant program, so that they can just improve on who they target in terms of supplier development. And this communication has also been sent out to the centers and the district offices around, utilizing some of their budgets towards supporting grant recipients, particularly as it relates to less complex products and services that they generally offer. And so lastly, I just want to conclude from the Audit and Risk Committee that we have held, various engagements with the Auditor General, with management, and we've reviewed their reports and are satisfied that the control environment has essentially culminated in a positive, clean audit for the agency in the financial year that we're currently reporting on. And in our review of the annual reports, as well as the financial information and financial statements, we're satisfied with the content and the quality of the annual report. We do note that there's been a significant improvement based on what was submitted in the previous years. There would always be room for improvement, whether it relates to stylistic, just presentation-wise, but I think in terms of just what is key around the financial statements being relevant and reliable, and being transparent as well, we are quite comfortable with what management managed to produce in the current year. So that being said, I'm happy to just pause here and through you, Chair, whether take questions or wait for management's presentation. I do note that they will unpack the financial statements in more detail, and so we didn't necessarily want to duplicate the presentations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Rabitsi. Susa le screen sakho, Rabitsi. The document yakho ku screen. Thank you for your report. We thank you for the work that you've done so far, and I hope you are not going to be co-opted.
Co-opted in what way, Honorable Chairperson?
and you are not going to be co-opted and captured. Yeah? Chairperson and CEO, please don't disturb her. Let her do her work freely. So that when she comes here, she's able to respond to honorable members. Okay, let me get hands from honorable members. Honorable Nazli.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to you. I know you were having some technical issues, so let me greet you, Chairperson. Good morning.
Yeah.
Chair, my question to the ARC is that we know that you, as the ARC, you have, I think it's bi-monthly or biannual, you correct me, ARC Chairperson, risk and fraud meetings. where you have a register that looks at all of these elements. Could you maybe, give the committee some insight on if this committee has picked up any red flags or any sort of flags that has to do with the NYDA in your biannual, bi-monthly fraud and risk meetings? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sheriff. There's only one hand. Carol? Honorable Piri?
Yeah, thanks. No, I was just struggling to open my mic. I'm fine, Chair. I don't have a question. I did not raise a hand. Thanks.
Okay. Honorable Mpiti and Masiko?
Thank you very much, Chair, and a very good morning to everyone on the Zoom. Chair, my question really is in relation to the Auditor General's report on an issue that was actually flagged on that report. And I think honorable members will remember that it was sort of presented to us last week, but it was around the issue of one of the beneficiaries who had not received, I think it was a refrigerator. Honorable members will remind me exactly what was that actual benefit that particular beneficiary was supposed to receive. So I'm just surprised that this is not being, it didn't appear in the ARC report, and it appeared in the Auditor General's report. So just to get some clarity from the chair of the ARC, why that is not appearing on the report, can we just have some feedback on that? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mpiti. Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and let us appreciate the report from the Audit and Risk Committee. And Chair, mine is around the internal control environment relating to the audit findings, specifically the one that deals with leadership, management, and governance. We note, Chairperson, the improvement that has been noted in the report, but one would like to look into the issue of the improvement in compliance, which we commend. We see that it has moved from 86% to 93%, but one would like to know from the Audit and Risk Committee if they have identified any other areas of compliance that still need work in terms of the internal control environment. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masiko. Chairperson, you can respond.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you for the questions from the honorable members. With regards to the risk register, so the committee meets on a quarterly basis. So it's not necessarily bi-monthly, where we receive a risk register that we go through with the risk management team as well as internal audit. And so with that, I mean, in terms of just identifying certain risks that we would be concerned about, I would say that the main risk that we currently face, or that the agency currently face, relates to the ICT risks, and that's the ERP system that's currently being implemented within the agency. And I mean, even with that, as the transition takes place, we do expect that there will be glitches, there will be misstatements, because this ERP system is being incorporated across all the various units that you find within the agency. And so with that, and we sat with the ICT steering committee just last week on trying to get an understanding on how far that process is, and what it entails. So in terms of other risks that we find, I mean, there are normal standing ones around whether or not the agency is able to meet some of the demands that come from the youth. you know, the whole supply versus demand issue, and can everyone be catered for, and how that is being addressed. So there are various operational and strategic risks that are included in the risk register that we cover and look at, and just on a general basis, I would not say that there have been any that made us worry or where we became concerned. I do want to highlight that we do receive also just a whistleblower hotline. And I think the chairperson of the board mentioned this in terms of just normal fraud and corruption prevention policies, where complaints are raised through that hotline, and that register is shared with us as the Audit and Risk Committee, and we go through it individually. And I will say one item, or one theme that emerges from that register is the fact that young people are essentially complaining about the poor feedback and communication that is there within the agency in terms of just their complaints. I mean, yes, fine, they could come in via social media platforms or at branches, you know, and so that is just something that we have raised with internal audit, and we have raised with management around how they intend to ensure that there's timely feedback, particularly as it relates to complaints that are coming through from young people. So essentially that is what we have in terms of the risk register. And just lastly, I would just highlight that, of course, because of our role to ensure that there's safeguarding of assets, you know, of the agency, we do look at items such as the insurance risk register, and just making sure that everything is insured adequately, and where you know, where some of the employees would need to refund the agency, that is in place, and it's aligned to policy. So a lot of the times we really just look at the risks in accordance with the policies that are in place, and just ensuring that management essentially follows up on those risks that have been identified. If I move on to the second question around the AG report and the point noted on the refrigerator, I unfortunately would say that I'm not sure which report that particular point is in. I did not identify it in the management report, but I'm happy for you to show me, and then I could potentially respond to that. I see that the honorable member's hand is up, and the CEO as well. So, Chairperson, through you, if it's okay to just understand the question. Chairperson, is it fine for the members to just expand on that point?
I think the chair is probably having a network problem.
I'm back, Mpiti.
Can I go ahead?
Yeah, I'm back, Mpiti.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just wanted to expand on the point that I was making regarding the issue that I was raising. So if you look at the Auditor General's report, I just want to get there quickly.
Is this the management report or the actual audit report in the financial statements?
It's the Auditor General report, as I've said. The report essentially speaks to two complaints that were received by beneficiaries, or were given over by beneficiaries, where you know, it's spoken about how you know, in the annual report, the money has been reported as spent, and the achievement of the planned target as having been achieved, whereas the particular beneficiary never actually received you know, what they were supposed to receive. And just to correct the refrigerator, it's actually a kitchen trailer. And so I'm just asking this because if money was spent, but you know, a beneficiary never received that particular beneficiary, then you know, it does raise or brings into question some of the, you know, targets that are claimed to be achieved, when in fact, you know, the actual beneficiaries never received what was due to them. And I refer to page 13 of the Auditor General's report. So I just wanted to get some clarity around why was that perhaps not picked up in your report?
Okay, thank you. If I can respond to that, but I see the CEO can perhaps go after me. The way we understood that particular complaint was that it was identified by, well, the Auditor General did identify that, and it was essentially recorded in the incorrect financial year, right? So there was an overstatement of the planned achievements, which should not have particularly been in that financial year. If that's the one that we're referring to, but ultimately there was a delivery of that particular asset, and so that achievement would then have been recognized in the appropriate year. I think that's how we had understood that complaint that was raised, and so because of that, it's not a point that we had specifically included in this current report. That would be my feedback on that. I don't know if Chairperson, we can allow the CEO to respond to that, if through you, if that's okay.
PT, was your question related to the one of Noktula?
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
I'm actually trying to find it in the report that I have, but can we perhaps allow the CEO Chairperson, if that's okay, to come in, because I see his hand is raised, while I check if I have the right report. Is that fine, Chairperson?
Yes.
Okay, please, CEO.
Yeah, thanks for the committee chair and chair of the committee. So I thought it's important that we just give a little bit of context to this item, Chair. So in the process of a young person applying for financial support from the NYDA, because we want the young person to be vested in the business that they are developing, they are required to go out and source the quotations for the suppliers that they want to utilize. And then post them bringing those quotations, once their grant is approved for disbursement, there'll be some level of quality control and compliance check on the quotations that those young people have submitted for the grant disbursement process. Now, when that grant is paid, generally these suppliers will want money upfront, and then young people will then go and collect goods and services. So because you are dealing with 2,000 grants, and each grant has maybe 2 or 3 suppliers attached to them, you don't have that many credit agreements with all of these suppliers. So the grant program has always functioned in a way whereby we pay money upfront. Young people go and collect their goods once they have a proof of payment. Yeah. Now, what happened in this instance was that the supplier would have received the money, but when the young person wanted to collect their kitchen trailer, they did not deliver it. Of course, the young person reported this matter to us, and we were then required to institute. Our first process is to contact the supplier, understand what their issue might be, try and resolve the issue between the young person and the supplier. And if that can't happen, then we move into a legal process. So you issue the supplier with a letter of demand or summons to deliver on behalf of the young person. If they don't do that, you proceed to take the matter to small claims court. So we have, I think in the course of the financial year, we have 4 instances where this happened. So if you look at 4 instances across a grant population of about 2,000, less than 1%, but nevertheless, we don't want this to occur. When you're working with these many suppliers, it does seem like this is an instance where these things tend to happen. The AG is doing more what I would call value add audits.
In fact,
right?
CEO,
Yes,
if I may interject you, this question was directed to the chairperson of the ARC, not you. You will be asked by honorable members at the right time so that you can give us your response. What honorable members in PT have asked is supposed to be responded to by the chair of ARC on why, when they do their audit, they didn't pick up on this matter. That is the question of Honorable Mpiti. Why, when you were doing your work, you did not pick it up?
Yeah, so if I may respond to that, I think it's a case of the Auditor General picked it up, and why are we not reporting it in our full report? And I mean, I'm confirming now with management, and it seems this was a report that was part of the value add. So hence I was asking, is this the audit opinion report or the management report? So that particular report, which was a value add,
it's the AG's report.
Yes, Honorable Chairperson. Is it titled the management report? There are two reports that we get from the Auditor General. So that's why I'm trying to get clarity. It's not just, the AG report issues the opinion and it issues the management report, which would have value added. So it seems that, okay, so it seems that we reviewed the legal report when I check, because ultimately that issue is not.
Never again ask us that question, because Tina, we're asking you the question. Tina, we tell you what the AG's report is saying.
Yes.
And I will ask you according to what you have received. On how do you divide your reports? For us, it's here nor there. Tina, we will ask you exactly what the AG is saying in their reports.
Okay. And I appreciate that, Chairperson, and I apologize for asking that question. But I think I was just trying to get clarity, and this is probably a question for management and not for the portfolio committee, in terms of just us as the Audit and Risk Committee having had received the full reports from the Auditor General. And it seems that we only received the legal report. And so in terms of the Auditor General, it's a report that we have, that point is not particularly there. So we take the question and we are willing to just come back with a formal response as to why it's not necessarily included in our report to the portfolio committee. However, it's in the management report. So I do take that point.
Honorable Mpiti.
Thank you, Chair. I think the reason why I asked this particular question is that in terms of reading both reports from the ARC and the Auditor General's report, one would expect that the response of the CEO in regards to why this particular beneficiary did not receive benefit that they were supposed to would then be in the report of the ARC. I would assume, because it's an internal audit risk committee. So when it doesn't appear, it does then make us question the report itself. Why is it selective on particular issues? Because the report we just received is that the NYDA has done quite well, and we see that they've received a clean audit, but there are issues that are still outstanding, and I think we need to be able to really understand why it was not picked up, and that's the question that I'm really trying to understand. If it is not picked up in the ARC report, how many other things are not picked up? That is my question. So I think in future, maybe let's just make sure that we ensure that we have that relevant response. And as for the CEO, we will get to the question when he does present, as you've articulated, Chair. But for me, it's just that we need to make sure that where there is a crack or where there are gaps, we understand why this particular point was not raised. Because as you can see, the report of the AG states quite clearly that the supplier agreed to pay back the money and the case remains open. So it shows us that the money, in fact, to the date of this report, the money was not paid back. So one would expect that this particular item or point would be fully expanded upon in the ARC's report. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson?
I take that point, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, and from the Honorable Member, it is quite important for us to obviously highlight all the issues that the Auditor General is raising and that we bring them to you. In terms of just the reports that are shared with the Portfolio Committee, it's also quite important that they're consistent. And I mean, this is something we'll have to take up with management ourselves, because it is a case of an amount outstanding as it's being mentioned. This could be from the understanding and the feedback that I'm currently receiving as well. It seems this was not included in the report that we have. And so because of that, we'll have to go back. And I do acknowledge that it might cast doubt on the report that we are providing as the Audit and Risk Committee when we're painting things to be fine when they're not necessarily fine. The management report that we have does highlight particular detail on financial misstatements as it relates to depreciation and all the other stuff. And so the understanding that we had, and hence why we're not reporting it, was that those misstatements were corrected. And so the annual financial statements came showing the corrected version. But I do acknowledge that point, Chairperson. I also do want to acknowledge while I'm here that obviously my other members are also on the line, and so if they do have any feedback, they're welcome through you, Chairperson, to come in and respond. If it's okay, I would like to move on to the next point, Chairperson. And that was regarding governance, leadership, as well as the compliance deficiencies that were found around internal control or internal audit. And I guess in terms of what other non-compliance that were noted and what the agency is working on, we do highlight that, or we do wish to highlight that the agency is currently looking to align their policies with the Papaya Act. So that is a task that's not yet complete. They are working on it, and during our Q2 reporting, we're meant to get feedback on that. In terms of what the Auditor General did identify on our side that we see also, it's regard to some of the policies like leave policy and some of the HR policies not necessarily being reviewed in time. And so that was one of the action points that management needed to look at. And some have been reviewed, like for instance, the ethics policy, they have been reviewed, but not all of them have. And so again, when we have our quarterly feedback, we get a status update on those particular policies. So that is with regards to just leadership and compliance in general, that where we found that there are deficiencies that management needs to execute on. I think that is my response to that one, Honorable Chairperson.
Masiko, are you okay? Honorable Masiko? Honorable Masiko? Okay.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Are you fine with the
Yes,
response?
Honorable Chair. Yes, I'm fine, Chairperson. I think other questions one will ask the NYDA once they have presented.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Masibo.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, honorable members and honorable chairperson. Thank you very much. Let's go straight to, you know, what I wanted to ask from the CEO of NYDA is regarding, you see, that this case of Noctula. Who is responsible to check on whether whether service providers have delivered according to what was procured to them? Who is responsible to check for that in your institution?
It would be the business development advisor at the regional level who works with the young person in preparing the application and submitting.
So why don't you charge that person?
It's not that person's fault, Chair. It's the supplier who's not delivered to the young person. So
yeah, but if a person is paid, CEO, and do you pay for things and you don't go and check whether they have delivered? Who did mark?
No, you see, Chair, the person who is responsible for the file reported the matter to say this supplier has not delivered to this young person.
Oh.
They took the right step. They reported it to legal, right? Legal instituted the process of recovering the funds from the supplier. Now, what happens in a legal process is before you go to court, because it costs money to go to court, you spend more of government's money trying to recover, and it's small amounts, it's 20,000 or 10,000. So instead of spending money trying to recover money, you enter into a relationship or you enter into an agreement with the supplier to say, okay, you have cash flow issues or whatever, you pay the money back to us over time. So you pay us 5,000 Rand a month so that government does not incur loss. Yeah. So I think what the AG is saying, and I don't want to speak for the AG, I'm sure we can call them to clarify this matter. The AG is saying that NYDA followed the correct process in this matter here. When you became aware of it, you took legal steps to stop this, to deal with the supplier and to recover the funds. You also took steps to replace the trailer of the young person. But that young person, in the time they had to wait for the trailer to be replaced, they lost potential revenue. And also, at the end of the year, you now have an amount outstanding to you. We will come back next year and we will check whether you recovered that money or not. But right now, you have an amount outstanding to you. But we also go a step further. If the supplier doesn't pay the money back, we then obviously follow a legal process, but we also speak to National Treasury to blacklist the supplier so that they can stop doing business with government. Yeah. And of course, what we are also doing is we're trying to put in place more quality assurance in place to check suppliers and to make sure that we do due diligence on them so that young people are not taken for a ride. Yeah. I think the challenge sometimes comes about is, you know, young people already express frustration to say your processes are too cumbersome, your processes are too hard. We don't want to put too much on young people to say, you know, follow this, you can only use this supplier and things like that. So one has to find a balance between the two. But I think the ultimate conclusion that we come to is that we put steps in process to recover the funds. AG is satisfied with the steps we put in place, but they are saying this is an issue which could become a bigger issue in future if you don't deal with it now. So it's something they are flagging for us to take care of. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. I think one of the reasons that makes me to ask you is because if you remember when we do oversight in Phosphorus with that young lady who is starting a laundry, there were machines delivered, but whoever was supposed to have assisted her in terms of ensuring that those machines are put in the right place and they are those who are responsible for putting the pipes and so on, the machines were not working, but the machines were just dropped in the house. Nobody cared about whether they are put in the right place. Nobody cared whether that lady, that money that is spent to buy those machines has value or no value. You remember that house we visited, must be the CEO. CEO?
Yes, Chairperson. And,
you remember? Yeah,
I
that's
do
why
remember.
I'm raising this. That I think it's important that whoever is responsible for your mentoring program or whatever program that you have in terms of checking on projects that you have delivered on, there must be a person who timelessly check, so that there must be value for money, rather than buying equipments and nobody is checking whether those equipments are utilized effectively and efficiently. And we must not just tick a box. When you are doing a project, make sure that there must be a follow-up. The person responsible for checking whether those things that we have delivered on, there's value for money, and the young people are benefiting in the true sense of benefiting. Not that we must not count numbers, but when we go and check what is there in your report, it's not pleasing at all, or it's not working at all. So I'm sure we have rectified that. If I can go to Phosphorus tomorrow, I think that issue of that young lady has been resolved. Okay. We will allow your chairperson to come in and then give the CEO to present the report. But I want to make a comment, an honest comment, in terms of how, since the board has been appointed, what is it that we have observed as honorable members? To be frank and honest with you, I don't feel you, the board. I'm not even sure what are you doing. I saw you went to Russia. I don't even know the criteria you have used that time. I know for the fact that there was one chairperson of one of the portfolio committees here, standing committee, who sent me a complaint or a letter of one child from West Rand who applied, because I don't even know what was your criteria. All what I did, I forwarded that that complaint to the chair and the CEO, if I'm not mistaken, about the children who applied to go to Russia. I don't even know whether you advertised it or what was happening. So apparently there was not even a response of acknowledgement of the applications of some of those kids who applied for that trip. And we haven't even received a report as the portfolio committee on why were you in Russia? Because the deputy chair was somewhere in Russia, the chairperson was somewhere in Russia. All of you were out, but we don't know what were you doing. The people that we have selected, we don't even know the criteria. Whether we have covered all the provinces or whether you didn't cover, you concentrated on your friends only, as people are saying out there. I'm not even sure. I can't even defend you because I don't even know what was the purpose of that trip, first of all. I just listen to people talking and I don't respond because I don't even know it. We don't feel you as a board. all the English and the innovations that you promised us when we're interviewing you. Practically, they are dololo. Asinizwa. Haven't seen Pel Pillay on the media. Haven't seen Alexandra on the media. I haven't seen Tulisa Ndlela on the media. I haven't seen Avela Mchachubane. I haven't seen Lebu Mulaisi. I haven't seen most of you. I haven't seen you. The only person that I saw for sure 3 times on TV was the chair. And I think I saw once the deputy chair, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't seen you. I don't even know what are you doing in the provinces. You know, the other time I was talking to the CEO that we were at Port St. John's. It's an agricultural area where NYDA is supposed to be going there, assisting those young people there to do farming. That area is also good for tourism. If NYDA can go there, you can see the potential that is there to bring development of young people in that area. Port St. John's, right in the rural area. I was there with Honorable Hlongo and Honorable Piri and Honorable Masondo. We were doing our constituency work there. What are you doing as board members? Asinifili kaloku, anikho. You know, one can even say NYDA, at least we were feeling it when there was no board. Now it's like it's dying, a slow death. I want you to prove me wrong. I don't know other members. If there's one person who will tell you the truth and not lie, it's myself. Because I'll tell you straight. And Nizwa. Bandabasha, out there. It's worse. Those who are applying for grants in NYDA, they are not being given those grants, Chairperson. You know, I can relate and make examples. Some I know. In fact, the reasons that are being said on why are they not getting those grants are nonsensical. Today, you promise young people, no, we are going to give you a grant, wait for Thursday. Thursday comes, wait for Friday. Friday comes, wait for young people are not getting those grants. Sometimes you tell them of a backlog problem. Is it a problem of young people out there, or is it the problem of your offices, your provincial offices and your national office? Why, Chair and Deputy Chair, why are you earning so much when young people are still suffering out there? Which projects can you claim that so far after your appointment you have done, and you can proudly tell us? Don't drown that institution. When we recommended you for the president to appoint you, we thought you are the cream amongst the cream. You are the best amongst the best. Practically, I don't feel you. You know, the other day I was even talking to Honorable Mpiti and Masiko and asking them, Patinina, do you see what NYDA is doing? It's like now it's dead. And we have a board. And before we have a board, it was there. That is my honest assessment and evaluation on the work that you are supposed to be doing. Over to you, Chairperson.
Good morning once again, Chairperson, and to the honorable members. Chairperson, thank you for your insights. I would just perhaps want to assure the honorable members that insofar as our visibility is on the ground, at the level of the board, we are really committed and focused on being intentional about being able to expand the footprint of the agency. So that we're able to ensure that, you know, we are responsive to the needs of young people across the length and breadth. But the issue of us not being felt on the ground is a criticism we take in a constructive manner, because I do believe that that is the spirit in which it was presented. And we will ensure that going forward, we really are more intentional about ensuring that, one, we deliver on our mandate, but more than that, where the good work of the agency and the board members are doing, that we're able to profile that so that the country is able to see the work that has been done. Honorable Chair, perhaps just to also respond on some of the trips that you have alluded to. The first being the Russia trip. I want to assure the honorable members that we followed due processes insofar as the selection criteria was concerned. But perhaps maybe let me go back to outlining what was the objectives of that particular trip. So the NYDA had received an invitation from one of our counterparts, the International Youth Cooperation, which is a Russia BRICS initiative. And they were hosting an annual BRICS youth camp. And the objective of that particular youth camp was to attract expert young people, youth organizations, as well as youth leaders from BRICS countries to promote, you know, sustainable development amongst BRICS countries. Now, the selection criteria, honorable members, we had opened up the application process where we encouraged young people to apply. And I must admit, honorable members, you know, we had received quite positive feedback. We had received over 1,000 applications, but unfortunately, we were only able to select 10 from the thousands. And the 10 that were selected were informed on the basis of them being able to submit motivational letters, their geographic spread, as well as keeping in power with the gender equity or gender equality. But we can furnish the portfolio committee with all the CVs of the young people who participated in this trip, so that the members are comfortable insofar as, insofar as the selection criteria that was used, but also just linking it to the board activities. Like I indicated earlier, Honorable Chair, we are committed to ensuring that we increase the footprint of our work, and that we also are able or in a position to communicate the work that we are doing, both at the level of the board, but as well as the institutional itself. But with that, Honorable Chair, if you will, through you, I will just perhaps request some of the board members maybe ask the DC if there's anything she would like to add before we allow the CEO to present the annual report to the honorable members. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to say nothing on my side. Thank you.
Karabo?
Thank you, Chair. I was just saying there's nothing on my side. The chair of the board had requested that I add before the CEO. There's nothing on my side. Thank you, Chair.
You haven't said anything, both of you. The chair was just responding to what I was saying, but we need your political input before the presentation by the CEO. Deputy Chair and the Chair. I'm giving you opportunity to make your political overview in terms of performance of the institution.
All right, thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning once again to the honorable members. Chair, I think by and large, the majority of what I would have spoken about has already been captured in the presentation one, but also the deliberations. But I think mine would really just be to reaffirm the honorable members that the board has sought to be, or rather has sought intentional programs during our term that engage youth across all sectors, your youth in communities, schools, and organizations in a manner that is productive and constructive. And we have also aimed at achieving or creating programs that are geared towards fostering your nation building and social cohesion, as well as promoting positive outcomes for young people. Now, at the level of the board, we have prioritized community involvement as well as collaboration at the center to ensure that we really get a positive youth development, as well as to be able to build connections for a better tomorrow. In addition to that, Chair, we recognize, the valuable contributions made by, our communities that we have engaged in identifying and being able to respond to the challenges faced by youth. And I must indicate that among the key activities of the board, since our appointment last year, we have been part of your pre-SONA youth dialogue sessions. We've embarked on back to school campaigns, as well as provincial roadshows. And the aim here was for us to be able to foster strategic relations in line with our mandate of ensuring that we adequately are able to lobby and advocate the various stakeholders on issues related to youth development. But Honorable Chair, much of the work that we would have undertaken is captured in our annual report for the year under review. And it is what we will be presenting through the CEO insofar as the work that has been done at the level of the institution, but also the board. So with that then, Chairperson, through you, allow me then to invite the CEO, who will be presenting the annual report to the honorable members, and thereafter we will be able to take or respond to the questions that the honorable members have. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Over to you, CEO.
All right, thanks very much, Chair of the committee and honorable members, for the opportunity to present our annual report.
Wasim, your mic is
I'm talking to myself here. Apologies.
Yeah,
Thank you very much for the opportunity to present to the honorable members of the committee. This is our annual report for 2021-2022. So during the presentation today, we'll take you through the highlights of the annual report. We'll look at the strategic overview of the institution, the context to the presentation, the progress on the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention, the progress on the medium-term strategic framework, our annual performance report, the integrated youth development strategy, the disability strategy, the financial statements, the audit report, the human resources, the communications, and then the budget review and recommendation. Now, we did table our annual report in Parliament as per the legislative deadline. We would have achieved all of the targets under review that would have been set for us by Parliament. And many of those targets were adjusted upwards in year, given that we had a corresponding increase in the budget of the agency. Of course, the AG would have reported that we had an 8th consecutive clean audit outcome with no unauthorized, irregular, or fruitless and wasteful expenditure. During the course of the financial year, I would have been the interim accounting authority up to the end of November, and the board officially took office on the 1st of December 2021. In the course of this financial year, it was the first financial year where the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention, which was announced by the President, was now in a full implementation cycle. If we look at the budget of the organization, it's increased from 368 million to over 900 million during the course of the financial year. And I think this is important because it does illustrate some confidence that the state has in the ability of the NYDA to allocate more resources to the institution. But of course, with increased budget, does come increased expectations. And it is important for the organization to be seen to be delivering on those expectations. A big project that we've been involved in is the ability to transition us from being a manual-based organization into being a digital-based organization. And therefore, our online portal is now live since July 2021. It allows a young person, wherever they are in the country, to apply for products and services. It also means they can apply at any time. So if they want to apply for training in midnight at night, they can log onto the system and do that. This, together with SAYouth.mobi and Empower, is providing digital solutions to economic participation by young people. Of course, we have a stable human resource environment. We've not had a staff strike for now more than 8 years. We focus on being a learning organization. Where we are falling short, as you have rightly indicated, Chair, is on being a customer-centric agency for young people. And I'll talk to that a bit later in the presentation. Now, it's also important to recognize that Cabinet has approved the first integrated youth development strategy. I think many times we've appeared before this committee and we've indicated that the NYDA is not the sole responsible agency for youth development. The government sees youth development cutting across different departments, as well as roping in the private sector and civil society. Yeah? And the integrated youth development strategy is important because it allocates roles and responsibilities to the different sectors. And this will allow us to guide the implementation as well as the accountability framework for youth development in the country. I think it's also important to indicate, Chair, that the board has been very tough on management since their appointment, and has indicated that in communications, we are falling short of communicating the work of the agency effectively. We are failing at being responsive to young people, and therefore we need a much improved communication strategy, which we hope will be approved by the board this month, and then to brief the committee ongoing on us implementing that revised communication strategy. Some of the additional highlights, we secured funding for 35,000 young people for the revitalized National Youth Service Program. This now makes it, together with the funding received in 22-23, It makes it the largest youth service program on the continent and one of the largest ones in the world. And if you look at the work that those young people are doing, for example, we visited a program where young people are working in public healthcare facilities. They are working as assistants to the optometrists. And, you know, when we were speaking to the nurses at that facility, they were saying to us that these young people have added so much value that when their service period comes to an end, they're very worried about what will happen to those clinics. So these programs are making an impact in society, but of course, they need to be communicated much better. Of course, we also secured funding to double our grant target from 1,000 youth-owned enterprises to 2,000. And you spoke about the backlog, Chairperson. We are always at the door of different donors and partners to increase our funding so that we are able to support more and more youth-owned enterprises, because we know that a demand for starting out enterprises does exist. I've spoken to bringing the system on board. Another large program was that we were appointed by the Department of Cooperative Governance to run their community works program in Mpumalanga. Just another indication of the faith that government is showing in NYDA to implement mass-based programs on their behalf. We are targeting the SETAs, and we brought 2 new SETAs on board. Our goal is to at least have half of the SETAs as part of our financial program for this financial year. We have received approval for the IYDS. We published the first progress report. We reduced the vacancy rate to under 20% on the structure, and I've spoken to the human resource environment. What are some of the challenges? It is certainly not all rosy at the NYDA. We still have many findings at operational level through our internal audit. I think when one looks at our APP, you will still say that our targets look small in spite of increases that we've made. We look at the scale of young people, 8 million unemployed people and close to 6 million young people. There is a feeling that targets are still considered small, and this is something we are talking about with the Presidency and National Treasury on an ongoing basis. When you switch systems, there is adjustments to the new systems. Of course, in the public sector, staff motivation with remuneration being under core is always a challenge. I've spoken about the customer service issue. So what we've put together is a customer service framework, which says that after a young person attends training, they're able to complete a rating scale. We get feedback and we provide that feedback to the board, to the executive authority, to portfolio committee. When they receive a grant, they can rate that service. We measure the time from grant application to grant disbursement. We measure stipends being paid on time and many others. So we really want to focus on customer service. And then, of course, I have indicated that our comms at this stage is largely inadequate, but we are working on it. Our strategic overview, the board would have set itself a vision of being a credible, capable, and an inclusive and activist development agency, which is responsive to the plight of South Africa's youth. Our mission is to mainstream youth issues into society through stakeholder coordination, to facilitate and champion youth development with all sectors of society. And we have 6 values, which are integrity, accountability, accessibility, respectfulness, collaboration, and agility. In a context where one has so many priorities and competing priorities, the NYDA has set itself a strategy of 4 pillars, being economic participation through youth entrepreneurship, decent and sustainable employment through our jobs program, social cohesion and the capacity building of young people through the revitalized National Youth Service, the coordination of the integrated youth development strategy. The way the organization functions is that the board has set itself up into 6 committees, being the Executive Management Committee, the Audit and Risk Committee, the Investment Committee, the HRR Committee, the ICT Steering Committee, and the Social and Ethics Committee. I've also indicated the line functions in management, which each of those committees oversees as part of its work. If we look at the context of management, we have 4 divisions of the NYDA, which include financial services, communications and ICT, HR and legal, program design and development, and there are 2 divisions in the CEO's office, corporate investments and corporate strategy. Now, if we look at South Africa, we know that we face multiple challenges. There is the economic fallout from COVID-19. We know as we sit here today, we are on stage 4 load shedding. Globally around the world, we have high inflation, food insecurity, high oil prices, growing inequality. And we know that through all of these crises, young women are the ones who continue to be hardest hit. They are exposed by being in jobs that are exposed to financial shocks. They are least covered by social protection, and they face the burden of household duties and unpaid care work. And these factors compound severely, and it impacts on their ability to look for work. The quarterly labor force survey has shown that for 3 consecutive quarters, the number of employed young people has increased. While this allows us to have cautious optimism, employment remains considerably lower than what was pre-lockdown level. What we see is that young people are very resilient in South Africa, and it's a word that is under a lot of scrutiny, right? Because if you have resilience in the face of a crisis, it's alone resilience will not get us through. We need to have intentional investment and support, which will address our country's multiple overlapping crises, which require young people to have resilience in the first place. So we need to find out where this resilience occurs, and we need to support these initiatives and ideas in communities. What we also see is that the economic recovery continues to favor contract jobs over permanent employment. But we need to focus on the aspects of the labor market that will enable us to collectively bounce back to the road to recovery. Now, what is the progress on the presidential youth employment intervention? In the State of the Nation 2020, the president announced South Africa's most comprehensive effort to address youth unemployment. Our goal is to move more young people from learning environments to earning environments, and it seeks to coordinate, accelerate, and enhance existing programs and unblock pathways to employment, training, and youth-owned enterprises. Additional resources have been allocated to drive the development of the program. The program is coordinated at the level of the presidency. It has direct accountability to the president, and it combines the know-how of experts, government departments, the private sector, social partners, but more importantly, young people themselves. The project management office in the presidency provides oversight, strategic direction, and support to different implementing departments, which the NYDA is one of those departments. It's premised on one national network, which I've referred to, the National Pathway Management Network, 4 components, which is the local ecosystem enablement, demand-led skilling, and the revitalized national youth service. We're targeting 5 priority sectors, which is automotive, installation, repairs and maintenance, digital and tech, agriculture, as well as social services, which includes early childhood development. We are trying to link youth to opportunities as far as possible, to stimulate and aggregate demand, as well as drive system change to address different barriers. To drive implementation, we've placed young people at the heart of the intervention, really respond to their needs, their challenges, and their lived experiences, to create accountability for the implementation, to leverage existing policies, plans, and agreements. I think there's a view that we don't need new policies and new plans. We just need to implement better. We also need to create space for innovation that accelerates service delivery. We need to strengthen and build effective partnerships. I think there's a common viewpoint that government cannot do this alone. We really need the social compact with business and labor to be able to achieve what we need to do for young people. And then I think it's important that we need to address constraints on both the supply and the demand side by maximizing the allocation of resources inside and outside of government. What have we achieved so far? 2.9 million young people have been registered on the SAU platform. Close to 550,000 have been placed in opportunities. 557 partners have committed to loading opportunities for young people on SAU.mobile, and 81% of those are in the private sector. 69% of the opportunities are filled by young women. The NYDA and the Department of Small Business have supported more than 30,000 young people with non-financial support and more than 7,500 young people with financial support. And close to 76% of the young people that receive support from the DSPD or NYDA live in either rural areas or townships. In the National Youth Service, we've met our initial target of 35,000 Today, if you go out and you look, 42,000 young people are doing service, and we expect to reach the president's target of 50,000 during the third quarter of this financial year. What do we want to achieve in the year ahead? We want to contribute to the president's stated goal of creating 2 million new jobs for young people in this decade. We are aggregating new demand-side opportunities. We are increasing the number of young people who are employed both in the formal and informal economy. Colleagues would have seen more recently that the Department of Home Affairs advertised the 10,000 posts for young people for their digitization project. The TVET colleges are supporting another 10,000 learners to facilitate for their workplace experience. So this cuts across many government departments, yeah? And we're really trying to drive implementation of youth employment across a number of government departments. These are the 7 priorities in the medium-term strategic framework, and aligned to the National Development Plan. We are trying to eradicate poverty from 39% to 0 by 2030, reduce unemployment to 6%, and significantly reduce inequality. Now, if you just look at unemployment, right, the graph at the bottom indicates that this is Q1 2020, so just before we went into lockdown, we had 16.4 million people who were employed, 7.1 million young people who are unemployed. If you look today, 15.6 million people are employed, 8 million people are unemployed. At one stage, the fallout from COVID was that close to 2 million jobs had been lost. One can see that there has been a bounce back, so about 900,000 jobs have still been lost. Some of them are trickling back, but we know some of them will never return. Just in terms of looking at some of the challenges about why the economy, and I'm only going to focus on the outcomes that the NYDA or that we contribute towards, is that if you look at some of the challenges, we know that there's been suboptimal performance. GDP contracted by about 6% during COVID, although it has recovered to pre-pandemic levels. There's been low business confidence in the economy since 2008. We've not concluded enabling strategic programs like digital migration and high demand spectrum. There's been a decline in infrastructure investment. We know we have inefficient and unreliable transport, and there's been slow progress on structural reforms. Some of the remedial actions that are being put in place is the acceleration of structural reforms through Operation Vulindlela in the presidency, the reviewing of collective bargaining to accommodate SMMEs. The public procurement bill is being expedited. There's a focus on gross capital fixed formation. There's the increase in the role of the renewable energy to solve the energy crisis. There's a finalization of key interventions such as the Single Transport Economic Regulator Bill, and there's the continuation of the implementation of the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention. On education, skills, and health, we have seen that there was a lot of resources that needed to be shifted around during COVID-19. There's underfunding of community colleges. There is a mismatch of TVET programs at community college with labor needs. Infrastructure challenges, particularly in basic education, is a challenge. There's limited budget for SA Connect, resulting in slower connectivity of schools and just deepening the divide between rural and urban schools. Funding for students is a real challenge, and we see that students who are scoring above 60% in science and mathematics is still very low. But also the number of students who are taking both science and mathematics is still very low. We know that student funding is not sustainable and is not necessarily covering the missing middle in South Africa. Some of the remedial actions that have been put in place, the Department of Basic and Higher Education are strengthening their oversight roles and applying consequence management on contractors that fail to perform. There's sustainable student funding models that are being put in place by the end of 2022. The new students funding program will include some level of income contingency loans, as well as incentives for the private sector to support the production of graduates. We have to increase school connectivity to make it easier for young people to learn. TVET college courses needed to be revised, and funding models need to be reimagined for community education. Just on the positive side, we do see that basic education indicators such as matric pass rates, are moving in a positive direction, although infrastructure remains the biggest challenge, and it's overshadowing the progress that the sector is making. We also see that skills development is moving in a positive direction. There is efficiency, there is a challenge of efficiency in throughput of TVET colleges, in addition to unsustainable student funding. But even evidence from Status A and the Medical Research Council that indicate that pre-COVID-19 health indicators such as life expectancy, infant mortality, child mortality, maternal mortality were on a constant trajectory of improvement. Chair, if it's okay with you, I'll pause there and hand over to Mr. Walter Dango, just to take colleagues through the annual performance report of the organization.
Okay. It's okay.
Thanks, Chair, and the members of the Portfolio Committee. Chair, I'm going to take this committee, this presentation in terms of the annual performance report. So this is actually the numbers to say, in terms of Program 1, Program 2, Program 3, what is it that the NYDA has committed to implement during the financial year 2021-2022. As per our program structure, you can see the Program 1 is administration, Program 2, which is our core program, program design, development, and delivery. Program 3, which is our integrated youth development, which also focuses on issues of research, internal and external, and well, of course, with the integrated youth development strategy. I think let me move to Program 1. So, Chair, in terms of Program 1, I will not really go through all the indicators, but maybe just to try to give a highlight. I think all the programs, I mean, all the targets for Program 1 were all met, as you can see there, Chair. We had committed to a number of NYDA quarterly management reports produced as per the compliance that every quarter we should prepare our quarterly reports, our management accounts, and submit to the minister and the portfolio committee. And that has been adhered to in terms of our compliance processes for reporting. We were also committed to implement annual workplace skills plan. This is also another compliance that we need to do in terms of HR, and that annual workplace skills plan was developed and implemented. We're also compelled to develop and implement an annual procurement plan and produce quarterly reports. That was also met and produced, Chair. I think the slides are not okay. In terms of value of funds sourced, and this is where, Chair, we also rely much more on our partnerships, that we go out there and partner with quite a number of partnerships to assist the NYDA to implement some of the programs that might need some financial injection. And then we make sure that we put that partnership together. This is one KPI, Chair, that we over exceeded. You can see there we had a target of 70 million. We achieved 683 million. But however, Chair, this was due to the willingness of stakeholders that we partner with as the NYDA that gave us a positive response to participate in the development of our youth within the country. But also, I think the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention, the allocation of 430 million contributed to the overachievement. And I think, Chair, you recall that this it's one injection that we got towards the end of last year. I think we got it that allocation around Q3, but we had to put together a plan for us at the NYDA to see as to how can we do more in terms of supporting the young people that need our support in terms of establishing their own businesses. Hence, we had to revise the APP and increase the number of grants from the 1,000 to 2,000. 6 SITAS partnerships, we also achieved the Chair. 2 partnerships signed with the technology companies. This target was met and exceeded due to the stakeholders' willingness to partner with the NYDA again, Chair, because as when we go out there and we seek partnerships, because we feel that NYDA cannot implement all these programs out there for young people, but we go out and forge some partnerships that can assist in that process. In terms of reviewing and implementing our ICT strategic plan, we had committed a 50% achievement of those particular ICT targets that are contained in the ICT strategic plan, which has been approved by our executive committee meeting, our Ops Exco, and that also was achieved. I think one of it, Chair, it's for us to be able to implement the ERP system within the NYDA platforms. We also compared to review and implement the integrated communication and marketing strategy that was also achieved, Chair. I think also the CEO on this one, he spoke about it to say maybe this year we need to review and see how can we, accelerate the way we communicate and implement some of the programs within the organization so that our young people are aware in terms of where to go and how, if they're experiencing any challenges, how can we assist them. We're also compelled to produce and approve an NYDA strategic risk register. As you know that you cannot develop a strategic plan or an annual performance plan without having a strategic risk register to say, these are the risks that we foresee and this is the mitigation plan that we are going to put in place to make sure that we mitigate if there are any challenges that we might encounter as we try to implement our strategic plan and the APP. Produce an annual report on the partnership established with disability organizations to promote youth development. I think, Chair, you will also recall that in one of the meetings with the portfolio committee, we did highlight that the NYDA has actually developed a disability strategy because we felt that this is one sector that has been ignored for so many years, especially young people in terms of support. But we developed a plan, and that plan we have already started implementing. I think towards the end of the presentation, you'll see the slides in terms of how far we have been. But I think we are making progress, Chair. Designed and implemented ERP modules in all NYDA programs. I think there's quite a number of modules, Chair, within HR, within ICT, within the support functions, within our core functions. For example, right now, all our training programs are live on ERP. We're no longer doing the manual processes. So there's quite a number of programs that we have designed and implemented within the ERP systems. Next slide. Okay, Chair, this is just one example in terms of our beneficiaries that I want to flag here, but this also came from what we call the Tusano Fund beneficiaries, because there's quite a number of young people that benefit from this particular fund. And these are mainly, young people that, your NFSAS might not be able to accept them due to some financial constraints or challenges that they might face as young people. But this fund was since established in 2014, and we saw it fit that it won't be correct that some of the young people that are in dire financial challenges, but however, they meet the criteria for them to be able to be accepted to a university to study. And then the NYDA took that opportunity to consider some of these young people that are before here, Chair, on this slide, that received support for the NYDA so that they can be able to study further. Moving to program 2, Chair, which is our core program design, development, and deliver, which is our operations. So number of youth-owned enterprises supported with the financial interventions. This is actually our grant program, which is our flagship program. So, Chair, we had committed 2,000 beneficiaries to be supported in the financial year 2021-2022. We exceeded there, you can see by 5, we achieved 2005. And this was exceeded as a result of, the catch-up plan and the recent support, with the partnership that we also established in KZN with the Social Development Department. But over and above that 430 million that we received towards the end of the year, Chair, which pushed us to even revise the target. it also assisted for us to be able to bring more young people to get assistance. Number of youth supported with non-financial business development interventions. We had a target of 20,000. We exceeded their chair by 3,000. By 3,267. This was as a result as well. Again, we developed a catch-up plan in collaboration with the local municipalities that we work with when we roll out most of our youth programs within the province. We had also committed 6,000 for jobs created and sustained through supporting entrepreneurs and enterprises. This target was committed for 6,000. We achieved 7,652, but this was also as a result of a catch-up plan that we also developed in collaboration with local municipalities. But also this was also when we revised our APP, that's when we also revised some of the numbers to bring in more young people into our programs. Next slide. I think this one, Chair, is just a highlight in terms of the grant program, in terms of gender and in terms of age. You can see there in the previous financial year, we were sitting at 44% for females and 54% for males, which means more males received grants compared to females. But well, of course, with disability, we achieved 2%. And also this is one area, Chair, that in this financial year, we are putting much more efforts to make sure that as much as, many of the young people within the sector, persons with their disability, get support, given the challenges that are out there facing them. The NYDA has put an implementation plan in terms of, seeing through these young people within the sector. In terms of age, you can see there from the age of 31 to 35, we achieved 39%, which is sitting at 782, 26 to 30, 34%, which is sitting at 682, 20 to 25, 27%, which is sitting at 541. The next slide, it's in terms of provincial breakdown, Chair, in terms of where we had delivered the grants. And this picture, I think it shows which was the highest province that received more grants. I think also with the fact that you can see the KZN had received more grants, which at 16%, about 321 young people benefited more grants from the committed plan that we had as NYDA. But also given that NYDA, KZN also had more district offices and branches, and also, its demarcation is quite spread. So we tried to cover as more young people as possible as we can. And then I think it's also followed by Gauteng, which is the same. Gauteng, it might be a small province, but in terms of population, it's quite big. And actually, in actual fact, most of the young people are concentrated within Gauteng. And hence we have got a lot of branches across the provinces. So a lot of young people have shown interest in our grant program. Well, of course, Chair, you can see there the lowest came from Northwest. We're sitting at 6%. But however, from our research work that we do and engagement with some of these provinces, it's one province that we're also going to give much more focus to see that as many as young people, can come to NYDA and use our branches to apply, even go to our online platforms, which is within our website to apply for these grants that are made available to them. Then in terms of jobs created and sustained, in terms of the gender, you can see there for, I think here, the picture, it's different compared to the earlier picture. I think male, oh no, not different, still the same. Male received more jobs compared to females. Females sitting at 47%, which is 3,596, and male at 53%. Okay. In terms of the economic sectors, because there's quite a number of sectors that we support in terms of our product and services that we deploy across our, in our provinces and branches of NYDA. So, Chair, you can see there the most consumed services came from, your normal services, which is sitting at 16%, 319, followed by manufacturing sector, sitting at 13%, which is 260. Well, of course, the lowest there, it came from education, which is 4%. I think there it's because most of the young people are not really coming to NYDA seeking, support or assistance in that regard. But when you look at retail, you look at construction, you look at manufacturing, as well as farming, art and culture, health. There's quite a number of young people that are approaching the NYDA in terms of support. So the next slide in terms of jobs created and sustained. Okay, this is a provincial breakdown. I think I've articulated to this earlier on, Chair. Let me move to the next slide. Okay, so this is our non-financial services that we offer within the NYDA, which support young people, to see their businesses through, because we also felt when we designed this program that it's not enough just to give funding to these young people, but at the same time, they need to know the know-how of how to run a business so that their businesses becomes sustainable. So these are some of the programs that we offer to them, which is your BMT, business management training, your sales pitch, your mentorship programs, in terms of triple BEE as well. They need to understand the linkages, because also once a young person has been funded, needs to understand or have the know-how as to what are the linkages that are available out there to be able to link his business to the market that might be available out there for him to be able to, or for him or her to be able to upscale his business venture. So I think on the far right, this is this is one of our biggest non-financial support, which is called business management training. You can see the most young people, Chair, came from Eastern Cape, I think followed by Mpumalanga, and then Free State was the lowest, together with the Western Cape. But I think this indication, it also assists the NYDA to say, as we're implementing these programs in the new financial year, what are some of these provinces that we need to give focus into so that we can see more young people benefiting from these provinces? Again, this is one of the stories, Chair, in terms of the grants. You can see there's a young person called Nkululeko Ndlovu. It's Midland Mobile Services, and Kelebocha Victoria Tikovi. These are, as an example, from the 2005 that we achieved, that we funded. This is one of the examples, Chair, that NYDA has really went down to make sure that we support these young people to see their business through. Because when they approached the NYDA, they actually didn't have that financial support, but we had to intervene and make sure that we give them that support that they might require financially. Still within PDDD, a number of young people capacitated with skills to enter the job market. We had a target of 50,000. And Chair, you can see we have exceeded that target. We achieved 54,269. But this was also due to, when we revised the APP as well, we developed a catch-up plan, and also the injection of the 430 that we also received, because then we had to cover many young people as much as we can. And again, we also work together with the collaborations that we have within the municipalities in our branches in those provinces. Participate on the National Pathway Management Network to facilitate youth job placement. This is also one key intervention, Chair, where, in collaboration with the presidency and Harambe, the SA Mobi, that was, this platform was created for young people to be able to access some of the opportunities that are availed not only by NYDA, but even by government at large, some of the opportunities that might be available. So a young person, and this is also, the SMOB, it's one of the interesting platform where young people, they're very excited because it's also a zero-rated kind of a platform where a young person can go in for free and view, access, register for opportunities that might be there for them to can be able to get their assistance. So we also had to develop a report in terms of this National Pathway Management Network to say how many of those young people that actually went in and got assistance or registered in that platform, so that if there are any opportunities, they can be given that preference. Okay, this is also a picture in terms of the young people that we capacitate in terms of skills, but this is a special distribution in terms of provinces, Chair. I think, as I've indicated earlier on, we deal with some of the NEET group, young people that have does not even have an understanding in terms of how to start a business, and once a business has been established, what are the nitty-gritties that one needs to follow, one needs to understand in terms of making the business to be sustainable. So we assist them by giving them the life skills. We assist them also, to even prepare for jobs that might be available out there, because there's quite a number of young people that approach us on a daily basis to say, NYDA, can you assist me? I'm looking for a job, but they're looking for a CV. Can you help me? How can I do that CV? And also, what is it that I need to know before I can take this particular opportunity that is availed? And in terms of our provincial breakdown, you can see there most of the young people approached NYDA from Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Western Cape, Gauteng, as well as KZN. Well, of course, again, the lowest Eastern Cape and the Free State. But this also, it gives us a picture to say, in the current financial year, we need to do something about why are some of these provinces are not really coming on board in terms of these particular skills. Number of organizations and departments lobbied to implement NYS. This is one of the sub-programs within our PDDD. They had committed 40 partnerships, whereby we go out, Chair, and lobby, government departments, your municipalities, your private sectors to actually come on board and assist to implement some of the NYS programs that we want to implement across South Africa. This target was also overachieved. You can see there, I think it was overachieved by 17. We achieved 57, but this was also through the partnerships that we established with our provincial and municipalities in those areas where our branches are located. We also expected, in terms of NYS, to produce an annual report on the National Youth Service Program to say, what is it that from an NYS point of view, in terms of the social cohesion and nation building, what are the programs that we have implemented? And how many of those young people that participated within the NYS context? And that report has been produced and approved. In terms of young people participating in NYS expanded volunteer projects, this is our EVP program. This is one of the big programs within the NYDA. And again, here, Chair, when we reviewed our APP sometime during the course of last year, this number was sitting at 11, but we had to increase it to 30,000. But however, with the plans that we put in place, we managed to achieve 33,186. Okay, I want also here, Chair, go through, these are some of the stories, well, of course, exciting stories of the young people that participated in our programs during the financial year. It's quite a number. I think some of them in our annual reports, they are detailed, at the back, towards the back, the end of the annual reports. But as an example, these are some of young people that participated within NYS. and again, these are some you can see there in Kangala, in Govenbeki. These are some of the beneficiaries, mainly from CWP. Hence, the CWP programs with the partnership with Okta was implemented in Mpumalanga, but this is one example of the participants that really participated within that particular program. This is the last program, Chair, which is the integrated youth development. This is actually where we go out and do our research, whether internal and external, because this also assists the organization, Chair, to can actually, get to understand whether are we on the right track or we're not on the right track. Then out of the studies that we do, we then look into some of the challenges that might have been identified. And here we also make sure that we become neutral. We get somebody independent to go out there and interview the young people that have benefited from NYDA products and services as to whether are they satisfied, are they happy, what are the challenges that they experience with, or maybe even the programs that we are implementing, are they really beneficial to these young people? We had committed 2, but then we managed to do 4. But this was also due to the budget allocation to conduct 2 additional evaluation studies. But this also was attributed to the fact that, Chair, a lot of young people has been affected by COVID, the challenges of COVID-19, 2020, 2021. But we felt that we need to do more to engage. I mean, if I recall, there's one study that also we do around the SRD, which is the grants that was announced during the COVID-19 to say how many of those young people that have benefited from those grants. I think there was one example as well. I mean, during SONA that the president gave an example that, there was a young person coming from Soweto that benefited from the SRD grants that were issued by our government to support young people. We are also compelled to develop a discussion document on youth development in the country. This is mainly, kind of a status of a report to say what are the challenges in terms of the provinces, in terms of the sectors, in terms of the services that government as a whole that it's providing or providing support to young people. Where are the challenges? What are some of the programs that might need to be, introduced so that we can see a lot of young people coming in. Hence, the issue of developing the integrated youth development strategy. And I think, Chair, this is one of the achievement for the first time that the NYDA has achieved, as mandated by the Act of 2008 to say, acknowledging that NYDA cannot implement youth development alone, but however, we need a youth plan that NYDA is going to lobby, advocate, bring on board all other stakeholders that implement youth development. And I think that was approved by cabinet, and there were resolutions that were made that every year the NYDA must actually produce a status of youth report, and that must be submitted to President and also be shared with the stakeholders within the youth sector. But what we do, which of course we started sometime last year, Chair, we actually, after the annual reports have been tabled, convene a youth sector with youth-led organizations.
Have you done it?
Yes,
what
Chair.
we are presenting now, Walter, have you
Yes.
done it as NYDA?
Yes, Chair. We did, Chair. We convened a session on the integrated youth development strategy summit in Ekurhuleni, where we invited over 250 young people. We actually gave them a report in terms of what is actually happening in terms of youth development programs that are being implemented, whether it's
No, Walter, summits are not results for us. You as NYDA, you are expected to be coordinating all stakeholders, meaning municipalities, private sector, and public sector on issues of youth development and empowerment. What I'm asking you, for instance, have you ever checked with the economic cluster on programs that they have, on whether young people are benefiting or not? Or whether, have you checked economic cluster on what is it that they're doing for young people in their departments, including local economic development departments in the municipalities? Have you done that? I don't want to hear anything of reports and summits. I want tangible results. That's what we want as the portfolio committee. Telling us about summits does not translate to youth development or youth empowerment, because things are happening there. What is it? That's what you need to do as NYDA. You need to advocate for young people. We don't want you to come here and speak English. We want to see and to feel in the ground, in the ground, that young people are benefiting in this department. There are many projects. If I may even ask you, what is it that you have done with small business for young people? Agriculture, what is it that you have done to make sure that young people are benefiting there? On that thing of kind of industrializing into cannabis, are you assisting young people to get even the license with the Department of Health? We don't want to hear the stories of summit 99. We want you to give us tangible results. Villa Walter.
No, yes, Chair, I hear you.
What we want, what we are going to do as the portfolio committee is to invite you and the economic cluster to come and account. You must tell us what is it that you wanted from them for young people, and what is it that they've done, and they must come and account. Economic cluster to the portfolio committee. Lento nje yama summit angifuni ukuyizwa la madlebeni wami, ayincedi abantu abasha. Abantu abasha abanamsebenzi. Abantu abasha amabhizinisi abo ayafa. They're not getting joy. Abantu abasha, those who have businesses, they are not paid within 30 days. Those are the things that we're expecting you as NYDA to be doing for young people. Go back.
Yeah, thanks, thanks, Chair. And I think your comments are noted, definitely. We're working hard on this IYDS, given the fact that it has just been approved on the 15th of June. And we have since developed an implementation plan. And well, of course, there was a first report that we produced, but I think there's quite some work efforts that we are putting, that we bring on board all the stakeholders, as you mentioned, Chair. I think one of the deliverable under this program as well was for us to, produce some youth status outlook reports, but this we do mainly from our desktop exercise that we normally we communicate as well with all our branches and share with our young people across the country in terms of some of the work that might be done by NYDA and also other sectors that might be implementing some of the programs for youth development. We move to the next slide. Okay, this slide, Chair, is just to say there's quite a lot of work internally in terms of our M&E that we are doing by producing these credible numbers and dashboards of results that management and the board of directors can rely upon, because every quarter, each and every division is expected to report to say, from the target that has been committed from the APP, have I achieved or not? If I've not achieved, what were the challenges, and also what are the remedial steps that will be taken for those that are not really achieving in terms of the plan that we've put together. And then these are the number of evaluations that we did last year. We did an evaluation on Youth Micro Enterprise Relief Fund. As you know, Chair, that there was an intervention that the NYDA was also, during COVID instructed that we need to make sure that we support some of these small businesses that we have funded, because during the pandemic, it was really tough for a small business to can operate. We also do an evaluation on our flagship program, which is the grant program, but mainly this one, we do it every year, because this also assists us, Chair, to say, where are these beneficiaries that we've funded? How are they doing? Are their businesses sustainable? What are the challenges that they might face, and all of that? And we look at those recommendations and come up with an implementation plan. We also did a TYPP evaluation. This was an evaluation within the NYS, which also it gave us some results that we needed to look into, interrogate in terms of NYS implementation. What are the challenges that we need to look into to upscale the rollout of NYS across all provinces? The impact of social relief of distress grants on young people. I think this is one example that I gave, Chair, earlier on, that this relief of distress grants that were given to quite a number of young people within South Africa. We also did a study, to just check with some of those young people that have benefited from those grants, so that they give us a picture as to whether did it work for them or it didn't work for them, but at the same time, refer them to NYDA to go and access some of the services that they might of interest to NYDA branches. And I think also let me mention also the issue of the amendment of the Act. I think the Act has gone through processes in terms of consultation, and that process, I think, started even long before the board was appointed. But when the board came in, they've even attended an induction and they received a presentation, and the process of the amendment of the Act is actually run from the office of Dr. Pennis, the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability. And I think that process is at advanced stage for approval, but I think it's now been submitted to Cabinet for further consultations, so that, it went to Cabinet, now it's been submitted to Parliament, so that it can be, the process of final consultations can be concluded. And this Act can be, once concluded, it can be implemented. We will also continue to support the process of this particular Act, as the management within the NYDA, we were part to this process, to see it through to Parliament. We are supporting the research in terms of the basic package of support for young people with the Labour Development Institute at UCT as well. We also, collaborate with Harambe on the quarterly Breaking Barriers report, which is also one of the comprehensive analysis report of the QLFS check, which is released on a quarterly basis to government, businesses, and labor stakeholders. I think under this program 3, Chair, this is also some of the highlights that the approval of the IYDS it came, at the time where the NYDA was actually looking forward, because we've been experiencing quite a number of challenges when we engage with our stakeholders, because we did not have this integrated youth development strategy that has been adopted by cabinet. But I think that approval, it really assisted, because, with the approval of the policy in 2020, we needed this kind of a plan that will actually make sure that the policy is being implemented, and all stakeholders, as you said earlier on, Chair, they're brought on board to actually account, to actually implement and work with NYDA to implement these youth development plans that are available for young people. The integrated youth development strategy seeks to put young people at the heart of the country's youth development agenda. And well, of course, the strategy is also aligned to the policy 2020, which was then approved, because then the NYDA is meant to implement the policy. Move to the next slide. I think this has already been articulated too from the discussions. Chair, I won't really go into details. Okay, this, Chair, is just to present it before you to say, for us, to have received the approval of the strategy from cabinet, this is the process that we followed. We had to do the assessment in terms of the youth landscape development in South Africa, where we also consulted quite a number of young people across the provinces to engage them on the draft strategy. They made inputs. We also prepared a consultation report. We went to the clusters, Chair. I think there were about 3 or 4 clusters that we went to present a strategy. And then subsequent to the presentation to the clusters, they all bought in terms of the plan. We then submitted to, I think even in the portfolio committee, this plan was presented, Chair. We then submitted before cabinet, which is on the 15th of June. It was then approved by a cabinet chair. We have since then developed an implementation plan, and we're busy now, trying to see, to implement the implementation plan, forging that partnerships with most of the stakeholders that are involved here. And this is one of our, in this slide, you can see the number of departments that are actually going to be involved in the implementation of the NYDS there. But well, of course, the NDP, the NYP, the MTSF commitments that are also, taken into consideration, which are also aligned into the 7 priorities of government, because we also engage with Treasury and DPME to see as to what are the plans that are also committed by other departments, to support youth. But I think in the main, the commitments that are contained in the strategy, we actually didn't thumb back them. We had to make sure that they're aligned with the MTSF, and no one is going to come to say, for example, from the Department of Health or for Department of Education, I don't really know what is coming out of the strategy, who has committed for it. We do not have budget and all of that, because those are commitment as per the MTSF. Then we will continue to engage all these departments that are listed here and make sure that we produce a report. But as you said, Chair, that engagement, the NYDA with the implementation plan that we've developed, we are starting to engage this department to actually begin to implement most of these programs. I think with youth with disabilities, Chair, we had developed in 2021 a disability strategy. We then, as the NYDA as well, committed with our core program, PDDD, to come up with specific indicators for persons with disability, because we also realize that we cannot operate as normal, that this sector has not been ignored for many years, and they cannot actually benefit from the products and services of NYDA. And I can safely say to you, Chair, there's quite a number of stakeholders that we also, have forged with some of the stakeholders within the sector, to create that partnership, to work with them. Given that there's quite a number of challenges that the sector is faced with, but we are going to find each other. And as I can speak to you, Chair, even in this financial year during the June month, there was actually about 12 persons with disability in Mpumalanga that were actually given grants, Chair. That just demonstrates how serious we want to implement the disability strategy. But again, when we engage with our stakeholders out there, it's the issue of partnerships that we want to forge so that they can also assist us to implement these particular programs. We also have a dedicated branch training officers in each branch that was trained on disability, given the fact that it's one sector that it's got some resources required and some kind of understanding that we need to engage. When we engage with them, we need to understand their needs and be able to assist them. NYDA will also create an enabling environment that will promote the full participation of these young people, Chair. We also develop proper mechanisms and capacities that will facilitate the integration of these young people. Identify and eliminate barriers for participation and development in this particular, in economic opportunities, because they've been marginalized for quite some time, and they are now, a priority within NYDA. We also, in terms of budget, set aside to upgrade facilities for access of youth with disabilities within our branches. I think it's one key intervention that we're doing as the NYDA, because we felt that most of these young people, they are unable, to walk around, to travel, to look for services. But I think with the partnerships that we are forging, we'll be able to, come up with a clear plan as to how are we going to engage them and make sure that if there are grants that are available, with those grants that are availed, they can be able to access them, be assisted to apply for those grants, and up until they receive those particular grants. But well, in the main, the access is also a big thing for NYDA to be accessible. The issue of ramps and all of that, so that when they want to walk in, it must not be a barrier. The NYDA allocated those specific quantitative targets in all programs. Will continue to make inroads in the disability sector in line with our strategy that we've developed, Chair. These are the MOUs that we have committed to with the South African Blind Youth Organization. We also have a draft that we are about to finalize with the Albinism Renaissance Forum, which is within Gauteng. I think also in Limpopo, we've got an MOU that's being drafted. I think it's Raumisani Special School, Fulufelo Special School Limpopo, an MOU that's been drafted. Disability Rights Matter, discussion underway with Vukuhambe Special School in the Eastern Cape. Dialogue with Sabio and the Blind SA, because we also need to keep, our engagements from time to time with these partnerships or stakeholders that are in the sector, so that they can make a meaningful contribution for us to roll out the strategy much better. We also ran a webinar to commemorate the Disability Day. Disability sector participated in the international events, BRICS, IBSA, SA Nigerian, etc. I think, Chair, in terms of the highlights for performance as per the 2021-2022 annual report as per our APP, I will pause here, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Bango. Chair, Mr. Mambo will take us through market linkages program. I know Mr. Mbiti has asked on a number of occasions for a presentation on this program. Yeah.
Thank you, CEO, and good day, Honorable Chair and members of the committee. In terms of the program, we aim to link to young people to opportunities that are available or that are offered both by the private sector and also by the state. We are currently partnering with the National Electronic Media Institute of South Africa to offer online digital marketing training, which enabled business owners to better market their enterprises and create stronger market linkages. We've also partnered with the TUT in Tshwane to train young people on cell phones repair program. And after the training, we are providing them with toolkit funding so that they can start their mobile cell phone repair program. We also offered a program with—
This is what I want.
We also offered a program with Yoko, where we are training our entrepreneurs that receive grant program, and Yoko is sponsoring them and giving them free speed point machines so that they could increase their revenue control by allowing people to pay utilizing their banking cards. We've also, this program that we are implementing with TUT in Gauteng, we're also implementing it with them as well in Limpopo, where we have trained over 42 young people and procured 442 kits at the value of 420,000 for cell phone repairs. This is just bigger than cell phone repairs. It actually looks at appliances and cell phone repairs, so they are able to fix things like microwaves, fridges, and so on and so forth. Next slide, please. Again, we also have a partnership with the Sesekune TVET College, where they've asked us to assist some of their graduates who are who've undergone the chef training program to run the cafeteria for a period of a year up until next year, July 2023. So what we have done is we've made available the total value of the contract for them to be able to provide catering to the students of the TVET colleges is about 360,000, and ours is basically to make available the funding for them to operationalize the cafeteria. So the cafeteria is now operational, and the university through its entrepreneurship, the TVET college through its entrepreneurship unit is providing an incubation where they are mentoring these young people. And then after the year, we would like to exit these young people out into the public where they can then operate their businesses and then take on board a new cohort that will go through the incubation program again and then see the spin-offs that will emanate from that. Thanks, CEO. That is a summary of some of the programs that we're implementing. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mbambo. Chair, can I give them to Mr. Mshlongo to take us through the financial statement?
Thank you, CEO. Greetings, Chair. Greetings, members of the portfolio and members of the board. Reporting on how we have allocated or spent the allocated budget in respect to the financial side of things. Recall that at the beginning of the financial year 2021-2022, we received an approved grant of 507 million. In August or September in that year, we also received an additional 430 million from the National Treasury for the implementation of the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention through the NYS program, and also to upscale our enterprise development program from 1,000 to 2,000 youth enterprises. From that, as reported by my colleagues, we then amended our APP to ensure that those additional targets included there. We also embarked on work to ensure that we appoint the fund manager and recruit the participants who are working on that PYEI NYS program, and also ensuring that we contract the implementing agents. However, by the end of the financial year, we're still in the process of contracting, and as a result, some of that additional allocated funding amounting to 400 million was not utilized. We had since applied to National Treasury to get those funds, those committed funds, to be rolled over into the 2022-2023 budget. In terms of the utilization of the consultants, the NYDA did not utilize consultants in that financial year that we're reporting on. The financial statements that we are presenting today were prepared in accordance with the standard of GRAB and were on an accrual basis of accounting. Next slides, please. When we zoom into the financial positions on the financial statements, which aims to present the assets and liabilities of the entity for the period 2021-2022, in terms of the assets, looking at the current assets, which are split into receivables from exchange, receivables from non-exchange, as well as cash and cash equivalent. On the receivables from exchange, which have been disclosed or broken down under note 2 of the financial statements, there's been an increase from 3.5 million, which was reported in 2021, which moved to 4. Insurance premium for all the end of the receivables. The balance which we have reported there, which has been split or broken down under note 3 of the financial statements, mainly was relating to amounts or owing or due from our donors. But then the major or the bulk of those receivables were as a result of funds that were transferred to the PYEI fund manager, being the jobs fund, for the implementation of that NYS project. There was also work that was done on the CWP project, which has also contributed to that increase. In terms of the cash and cash equivalents, the increase, which would have been reflected under note 4, which we see our cash and cash moving from 38 million in 2021 to 296 million in 2022. These has mainly been due to that additional allocation that we had received later in the financial year and remain committed by year end. Next slide, please. On the non-current asset side of things, we are reporting on the property, plant and equipment, which are reduced when we compare that to the previous financial year. This was mainly due to capital acquisitions reduction when we compare to the previous financial year, but also on an annual basis, we do raise those depreciation costs against the current year costs. In terms of the intangible assets, it would have been also broken down under note 6 of the AFS. There's been a slight increase, mainly due to the milestone payment made on the ERP module, which were still under development. However, we have also amortized in terms of the GRAB standards, all the ERP modules that have gone live since July 2021. There's also been a slight increase on the rental of deposits, or rather rental deposit, due to new leases for branches that were concluded the year under review. Next slide, please. When we look at the liabilities, looking at the payables from exchange, these have increased from prior year from 33 million to 50 million, mainly due to the increase in the allocated budget. On the employee provisions, these are mainly made up of the contractual commitments to employees in terms of the organizational policy and employment policies. And that has also been disclosed, or the breakdown has been disclosed under note 10 of the AFS. On the deferred income, which has been disclosed and shows a significant decrease from the prior year, moving from 16.6 million to 7.9 million. These mainly relates to donor funding, which remain unspent as at the end of the year. But as indicated, this has been an improvement, which sort of indicate the ability of the agency to utilize donor funding as they are received. Looking at the deferred expenses, this is actually
hello.
Yes, Chair.
You are saying donor funding is what?
Deferred income. These are unspent donor funding income, which we have received, but we had not spent as at the end of the financial year. So when we look at 2021 and 2022, this number has decreased, which is an indication that we have managed to utilize some of the prior year donor funding which we have received, and means that we are able to spend as and when we receive the donor income from our partners.
We want total spending. We don't want decreasing. We want that money to be spent. So meaning your turnaround strategy must translate to full spending of the money that has been donated to NYDA. There's no way that you'll have a report that you are going to present to the portfolio committee of where you do have money, but you did not spend the money. Why? It means there's poor planning. Because there's no way that you have money and you can't spend the money. Unless maybe your business plan or whatever that you have done, it was wrongly done. So how are you intending to improve in terms of your spending? You know, in the last financial year, NYDA was not able to spend the money that was the 400 and something million that was allocated to them, but it was due to the time where National Treasury transferred them, allocated that money to NYDA. It was understandable, but this time we don't want to see those things. So you must make sure that you must have a 0-0 balance. You can't be presenting such a report when young people out there are suffering. You can continue.
Thank you, Chair, and then thank you for the comments. We will ensure that that we incorporate our plans and ensure that they are aligned to ensure that come year end we are able to utilize all the donor funding received. I will not speak to the numbers that are presented there, which is what I was reflecting in the previous two slides. On the revenue side, or on the statement of financial performance, looking at the revenue, our revenue had increased due to that additional special allocation that we had received from National Treasury. You would see under note 16, we give a breakdown of that additional allocation. which the 400 was relating to the NYS and the 30 million was for the Youth Enterprise program. On the donor funding, which has been reported under the donor funds has increased due to the number of new or additional partnerships that we entered into in the financial year 2021-2022. And I will be highlighting those, I think, in the next coming slides. Interest income mainly increased in line with the high cash balances that we had during the financial year, obviously because we had received a significant funds from our donors as well as the national treasury. Other income mainly relates to project management fees. This is actually a percentage that we charge for implementing certain projects with our partners, and mainly varies which each agreement that we have in place. But also just to highlight the decrease there when we compare to the previous financial year as reflected in note 50 was mainly because in that year we had income which we have received from insurance claim. Next slide, please. On expenditure, the increase in funding disbursements, obviously it's linked to the donor funds received, which would reflect in the next few slides. In terms of grants, grant disbursements has increased mainly due to increased budget for funding for the youth enterprise. So that additional 30 million that we had received has contributed to that increase. And also any other surpluses that we had identified during the year in other activities were then redirected to fund those grants. On the overall expenditure, there has been an increase when you compare that to the prior year, mainly due to those increased budget, and also that our projects and targets were increased. But also members will recall that obviously these activities are post-COVID, so there has been an improvement in the operations since the lockdown regulations were eased. When looking at the total revenue allocated, only 21% of that total revenue was spent on employee costs. And in terms of the total expenditure, that makes up 38% of our salaries. Next slide, please. So this it just gives the high level of the financial performance, which I've already spoken to in the previous two slides. Thank you. Next slide, please. When we look at the statement of budget and which also reflect the annual appropriation, the entity has spent, or rather the entity's actual spend is within approved budgets. At the beginning of the financial year, we started with 505 million, and we then received 430 million for NYS and grants. We also had an addition of 33 million for donor funding. And we, in light of those new additional income, we then adjusted our budget from 507 million to 975 million. However, at year end, by 2021-2022 March, we had spent only 538 million and committed 420 million. The explanation of the budget variances, which were obviously above the 10% threshold as per the requirement of grants, have been highlighted under note under note 35 of the AFS. Next slide, please. So this just gives the more details of the numbers that I was speaking to in terms of we started on the initial approved budget to the adjustments and looking at the final budget, which was 975, and the committed funds as at year end. Thank you. Next slide. On the donor funding, when we compare to the previous financial year, as indicated, we closed as at the end of March 2022 with 50 million, which was received and was spent in that year that we are reporting on. We had in the year that we had additional donors or new donors that came into partnership with us, and one of the main contributor in this 50 million has been the Department of Cooperative Finance. Together with them, we implemented the CWP project, which we managed to spend 23 million. Other new donors included the KZN Department of Social Development, who partnered with us to support the young people in terms of providing grants in that province. We also had donor funding from the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, which with whom we have a long-standing partnership in implementing the Young program. And for the year ended 2022, we had spent 13.9 million from the funds received. We also have Services CETA, with whom we are implementing the Artisans Training Program as well as the apprenticeship. And for the year 2022, we had managed to spend 1.6 and 9.8 million for the artisans as well as the apprentice program respectively. And obviously we had some other donors from Citibank as well as the Flemish government. Next slide, please.
If I may ask, in Citibank, that project, that house project, where you have spent 500,000, is it in this financial year? The one that you're presenting? If it's in this one, why are you not presenting it? Unless maybe I read your document wrong.
Thank you, Chair. The NYDA did not spend money on the house in Citibank, and I believe, please correct me, Chair, or the CEO can come in. We had managed to clarify with regard to that in terms of our involvement or our
yes, I know,
our support in
but
terms
I'm reminding you
of that. Yes.
You did not spend money to build the house. Yours was for training.
Yes.
The interns that you were training there for construction, which you gave 20 certificates. What I'm asking is that that money was for this financial year, the financial year you are presenting. If it's this one, where does it reflect? Because
maybe if I can come in, Chair.
Yeah, come
in there, Chair. So the training, you will see it under this line item of project disbursements. That's where training gets expensed to on the financial statements. And the toolkits, remember we also bought the toolkits for the young people those will be paid under grant disbursement, which is the slide that the CFO is publicly presenting.
CEO is it was 500,000, and is this 93 million or is
So
93,000?
93 million, Chair. Remember, all of the grants for young people are expensed under this line item. So the 93 million represents 2,000 grants, 2006 grants.
Oh, it's
disbursed to young
inclusive.
people. All inclusive, yes, Chair.
Oh,
But we
okay.
can present a separate report on Citibank.
No, there's no need. It's only that I wanted to see it, you know. I wanted to check with you, where is it appearing? Did you hear me, CEO?
Yes, I did, Chair. I did.
Okay. Okay.
CFO, I think you can proceed.
I can proceed. Thank you, CEO, for clarifying that. On the grants disbursement, an additional allocation of 30 million received for the funding of the youth enterprises has in the 67% increase in the grant disbursement when we compared that to the prior year. So you would see that in the previous financial year, we had spent 56 million, and with those additional funding, we managed to move or improve our grants disbursements to 94 million. Thank you, CEO. Next slide, please. On the commitments, which are disclosed under note 28 of the AFS, we had capital commitments of 24 million, which were for goods that procured before year end, but were not delivered or invoiced by the end of March 2022. And these mainly related to the purchasing of computer equipment, vehicles, and office furniture. We also had reported a contractual commitment to the value of 396 million, which is the implementation of the PYEI through the NYS project. So that 420 million, which I had spoken to in the previous slide, that we had not spent on, we had actually started work and committed those funds into our capital commitments as well as contractual commitments. And the commitments for these commitments is to make use of the 400 million, which had been allocated by Treasury. And at year end, we had managed to transfer around 189 million to the fund, and only 185 was not yet spent, and we had disclosed that under our receivables, and I've spoken to that in the previous few slides. The agency obviously has committed to ensure that the full value of 396 is successfully utilized on the NYS project. Thank you, CEO. Next slide. Looking at the unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, as the chair of ARC had reported, there were no irregular, no fruitless and wasteful expenditure as at the year under review. We also did not incur unauthorized expenditure. There were no cases of financial conduct that were detected by internal audit or external audit. There were also no events after reporting date, which was 31 March 2022, that will affect the financial statements of the entity. There were also no related party transactions between the NYDA and the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, other than the revenue transfers, which we have shown under note 16. There were also no related parties between the NYDA, the board, and the key management personnel. All transactions related
close
to
your mic.
all transaction related parties were concluded on an arm's length basis. Next slide, please. Looking at the contingencies, these are potential liabilities that the agency may or may not be liable, depending on the outcome of certain future events. Contingent liabilities or the exposure that the entity had as at the end of March 2022 amounted to 1.3 million, which consisted of 2 employment matters and 1 matter relating to the grants and voucher application dispute. I think we have the meetings already deliberated on this matter. The agency also had an issue about 11 million worth of vouchers, which as at the reporting date were not yet finalized by the beneficiary and service provider. And as such, the time frame of finalizing those were unknown, and therefore we have raised that as a contingent liability. There were no contingent assets in the current financial year. Next slide, please. As indicated, the financial statements were prepared on a going concern basis, and for us to come to that conclusion together with the auditors, the following factors were considered. The agency's total assets exceed the total liabilities. The agency has accumulated surplus reserves over the previous financial years, and we hold sufficient cash reserves to meet our obligations as they become due. For the next 12 months, being the current year that we're in, we 181 million, and also that the NYDA is established by an act of parliament with an aim to achieve a specific government youth mandate. There has been no indication of changing the method for youth development, and there are no indication that suggest that they will do so in the foreseeable future. In terms of our budgeting methodology, we also hold a percentage of our budget being 1% of the allocation as a contingency reserve, which can aid in the event of any unforeseen budget deficit. NYDA can be able to pay its creditors on a month-to-month or as and when they become due, and therefore the assumption of a going concern is appropriate. Next slide, please. I'll also be taking you through the audit outcome for 2021-2022. This table here just reflect the audit outcomes for the last 5 years. You will see that in 2017-2018, we still had irregular expenditure and fruitless expenditure of 91,000 and 3,000 respectively. But for the last 4 years, we have been clean with no irregular, no fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. As reported, we have achieved our 8th consecutive clean audit. For the previous slide, please. Can we please go back to the previous slide? Thank you. The AG has reported in their report that our financial statements present fairly in all material aspects the financial position of the entity as at 31 March. There were also no material, or rather no findings in the performance information as outlined in paragraph 14. There were also no material findings on compliance with legislation. The AG also did not identify any significant deficiencies in the internal controls of the entity as per the paragraph 21. In terms of the management report, the AG has reported audit findings. 12 of those audit findings, as the chair indicated, were mainly on the AFS and internal control preparation of financial statements, which were subsequently corrected. And we have also ensured that we put an audit action plan in place to address those audit findings to ensure that they do not recur. There are two matters that were flagged in the management report, which we bring to the attention of the committee. The first issue is on the HR management, which was relating to the vacancy rate of the organization exceeding the 10% threshold. Obviously, the vacancy rate remains a high concern for management, but the member would recall that in the previous financial year ended 2021, when we into the pandemic COVID-19, we were affected by the budget cuts, which resulted in NYDA budget being cut by 145 million, and also interrupted the management strategy of filling of vacancies. So post the pandemic, the vacancy rate has already reduced fundamentally from 4% to 17%, which shows that as things are normalized, the organization will be able to adhere to the 10%, or rather under the 10% prescribed rate. Management has also implemented a two-pronged process to the reduction of vacancy rate. The NYDA has received funding from the Public Sector Training Authority, which is PCTA, to fill all vacancies at entry level, and funding from the Unemployment Insurance Fund to fill vacancies in respect of the business development advisors. The board has also approved a critical vacancy list to be filled, which have already been advertised and are already in the process of recruitment. And therefore, management is confident that these mechanisms will allow the vacancy rate to be reduced by under 10% by
Kulita, what is the time frame of finalizing the filling in of those vacancies? I'm sure you've been advertising for almost 10 months.
Yes, Chair, thank you. I think the next coming slide will also outline that, which will speak to the HR process. So they will give more details with regard to that. But we had set our target to be 30 September. We have only just received a confirmation from the UIF fund. So that has also obviously delayed our target of being 30 September.
Kulita, CEO, when is the time frame for filling in of those vacancies?
So Chair, just to indicate, a lot of the vacancies have already been filled. So if you look at the first 2 quarters of the financial year, I think we've filled close to 50 positions in the organization. There's another 18 which are being recruited for at the moment. Sometimes what does slow the process a little bit is when we have to do verification of qualifications and the criminal checks on prospective employees. the service provider that we were utilizing did take a bit of time, so that sometimes creates a lag of about 2 weeks or so in us being able to make offer letters to employees or potential employees. But there's 18 which are under recruitment. And then the last set of 13 is what Khalita is referring to in these business development advisors. So us filling those 13 posts was dependent on us receiving funding from the UIF, where the contract with UIF was signed during August. We advertised the posts during early September, and I expect to sign offer letters for these during the month of October, Chairperson. So I think we are really confident that before we break in December, the vacancy rate will most certainly be under 10%. In fact, I think it will be closer to 5%. Chair.
Okay. Okay, you can proceed.
Thank you, CEO. Thank you, Chair. The second issue that we would like to bring to the attention of the committee, as raised by AG, was the information, communication and technology. This finding was in respect of legacy systems of the NYDA. With regards to this, management has taken a deliberate decision not to fund the existing legacy systems and to rather fast track the implementation of the ERP, which is the Enterprise Resource Planning System. The ERP system did go live in July 2021 and is being used fully across all the business units and by external users, except for the finance department, where the implementation is still in progress. And the audit will also conduct their review on the system, the 2022-2023 audit cycle. Management is therefore confident that the implementation of ERP, the design, and the internal control of the system will take the organization to a green status on the ICT matters. Thank you, CEO.
Thanks, Khalita. Chair, Ms. Duma will present the Human Resources report.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So I will take you through the staff complement as at end of March 2022. So the vacancy rate was sitting at 16%. And in terms of the number of positions that were approved as per the structure, there were 512. Total positions that were filled, 427, and the vacancy or positions that still needed to be filled at that time were 85. But if you look at the projected vacancy rate, it's around 3.7%. We can safely confirm that under executive management, that vacant one position has been filled. Under senior management, that vacant position, only one position is in a process of being finalized. And under managers as well, the number has reduced there from 9 to 2, and the recruitment process is still underway. If I can move to the next slide, CEO, thank you. So in terms of a staff movement, sadly, during the period under review, we had 3 employees who passed on, and there were about 22 resignations that we had within the organization, and 3 dismissals, and the expiry contracts, they were sitting at 97. This is mainly on the project of the CWP that we had as an organization. So firstly, when we took over the project, we took them on a 3-month contract while the recruitment process was under the way. So during that period, it was October, November, December, those contracts were terminated and we started the recruitment process. So there were new contracts in terms of the project that were issued from beginning of January up until end of September 2022. Thank you, CEO. If I can move over to the next slide. Then in terms of the breakdown, this is just a gender balance breakdown. If you look under executive management, the greater number or the percentage there, it's female at 66.67% and males at 33%. And then if you look under senior management, again, the greater number or percentage there, it's females at 62.5%. and 37% for males. And then overall, still the number or the greater percentage, it's females at 61.35% and males at 38.65%. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Duma. Chair, I'll just present the last few set of slides and then I'll conclude. I think in communications, of course, we want to communicate with our young people, both in person, online, and over the phone as much as possible. And we want to have a call to action of our young people so that we deliver the NYDA message in a consistent, in a cohesive way. Some of the key activities include sourcing of media opportunities, supporting the National Youth Service Program, broadcasting webinars from time to time, coordinating the Solomon Mahlangu Scholarship graduation, support of the Integrated Youth Development Strategy activities, enhanced social media engagements, engaging our staff via internal communications, the profiling of our beneficiaries, updating of the website, ongoing engagement with young people on social media, and the compilation of the annual report. I think it is important to indicate that we do recognize that our visibility may be lacking and that we have put in place a proposed new communication strategy that we would present to the board to better increase the visibility of the organization and to better profile the work that we are doing. So just in terms of, I think the committee also wanted recommendations in terms of the BRRs and what we're doing. In terms of targets, one will look and see how APP has fundamentally increased the targets and also introduced stretch targets for the organization. We have, as I've said, put together a proposed communication strategy, and we'll keep the portfolio committee updated on that. When we present the Integrated Youth Development Progress Report, we'll provide feedback on how the amendment to the employment tax incentive and whether that is providing additional employment to young people. Comprehensive report of the ICT audit of equipment. When we present, I think in the next 2 or 3 weeks to the committee, our Q1 report, we will then provide that comprehensive report of ICT equipment. Determining impact of our programs. We've instituted the process of the review of the grant program, the Youth Enterprise Relief Fund, the community programs, as well as National Youth Service. We are aiming to have all of those reports ready by December and then for presentation to the committee. We have submitted comments on the preferential procurement regulations. Once again, when we publish the Integrated Youth Development Progress Report, we will publish the government spend for youth development enterprises, young women, and young people living with disabilities. We are working with all of the provinces who have not yet implemented youth funds at the moment. Eastern Cape has one, Mpumalanga has one, and we are working closely with the Limpopo provincial government to put together their youth development fund. But we are also lobbying in other provinces for them to be able to work towards that. We're also assisting the Free State provincial government and the Northern Cape provincial government in developing their provincial youth development strategies. We are working with departments and provinces on office space, and we're also working with CDAs on incubators. I'm happy to inform the committee that our site in Gqeberha, we have moved out of an office where we used to pay rent, and we are co-locating now with the TVET College in the center of Gqeberha, which is accessible to young people. And we are paying no rental there, so we are saving ourselves close to 700,000 a year. But in some cases, so for example, in East London, we have reached out many times to the Buffalo City Metropolitan, and there we are really struggling with them providing us space. So in some cases we win, in some cases we don't always get collaboration from government. There's also Public Works is also offering us a site in Saldanha Bay. In terms of capacitating youth with skills and using existing networks to enable market linkages, our business development advisors all are tasked with developing regional market linkages. Mr. Mbambo presented some of them. We've incorporated them into the performance agreements. increased access to network data. We're closely monitoring the broadband project. The Department of Communication has also released a plan to provide households with free Wi-Fi in the next 3 years. We are supporting the department in that. Collaboration with the Yes for Youth under the banner of the Youth Employment Intervention, the NYDA, Harambe, the Youth Employment Service. We are all collaborating together to try and avoid duplication and amplify impact. Sustainability of youth service. Let me say, this worries us, Chair. Youth service is a short-term program, and that even when we started youth service in month 1, we had already said we should start the skills development initiatives of young people, so that it doesn't, when young people's youth service comes to an end, they are not necessarily only looking for jobs once they become unemployed. Even in the course of their youth service, as they accumulate skills and opportunities become available, they should transition. And we're already seeing some positive levels of transition of young people out of youth service into more sustainable forms of employment. In conclusion, Chair, perhaps maybe as a response to the Chair's opening remarks, is also to say that I think where we're seated as management, you know, we hear the concerns of the Chair. I think the board provides direction, and the board would have identified many of the issues that the Chair has identified as well, as it relates to visibility and communications, as it relates to customer service. And you know, management are the ones who are in the office full time. We are the ones who are accountable for the implementation of many of these programs, and we must commit to doing better. I've brought the entirety of the executive team here today so that they can also hear the concerns of the portfolio committee, so that you also know who they are, and that we must commit to doing better for young people in this country, communicating better and offering better customer service. But let me also say, Chair, is that, you know, we started off by saying that South Africa faces multiple overlapping crises. I don't think you wake up any day and you don't find a new crisis on our door as the country. We have administrative engagement with the presidency and the National Treasury on Friday this week to determine what we are going to say about young people in the medium-term budget policy statement. The presidency, I think, is really committed to putting young South Africans to work. I think there has been progress on the youth employment intervention. We've seen now 3/4 of drops in unemployment. Yes, there are marginal drops, but there are drops nevertheless. Yeah. So we are committed to the strategy. We have to continue to deliver, and where we are falling short, we must commit to doing better as an organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, CEO and Ms. Mhlongo, for your presentation. Let me get hands from honorable members. CEO, you can remove your document. Alexandra, was your hand up? You wanted to say something? Alexandra, are you in the meeting?
Sorry, me, Chair?
Yes?
No, Chair, we've got nothing to add at this point.
Sorry?
I've got nothing to add at this point, Chair.
Oh, okay, okay.
Thanks.
At least it's nice to hear your voices, eh?
Thanks, Chair.
Deputy Chair, Karabo? I want to hear your voice again.
I am present, Chair. I'm in the meeting. I hope you can see me. My camera is on.
Yeah, come on.
I was here,
Mr.
Chair.
Avela?
We're here.
Avela?
Yes, Chair. I'm around there. Thanks.
Full camera.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here, Chair.
Oh,
I have read.
No, it's
Okay,
fine.
Ngozi, Chair.
Ubani omunye besingambonanga. Wena Avela, you must lose weight. Yabo? Fana nami ngixakekile. I'm trying my level best nakulamalanga. Thank you, Avela. Ubani mwenye ngambonang? Karabo? Kimanga kisamo bona kape? Kindlela? Ndlela? Mr. Ndlela?
Yes, Chair.
Akhoba
I'm here,
thakathi
Chair.
ngoku. So kuyile, right?
Chair, into zabantu. Into zabantu, Chair. Hey, into zabantu.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you very much. Ngizama ukuniphaphamisa nje. Who
No, I'm here,
else?
Chair.
Help
Well,
Play. Yeah. Miss
I'm here,
Pillay?
Chair. I'm here. I'm just racing against time. I'm being load
Okay.
shed. My battery is on 6%. It's going to be an interesting time.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, let me get our honorable members.
Chair, count me. I can't raise my hand here.
Oh, okay, ma.
Okay.
Okay, ma.
Thank
Ngizoqala
you.
ngawe ngize ngobani?
Masondo.
Masondo.
Chair.
Ubani umafika Duma?
From NYDA, Chair.
Oh, okay.
Chairperson. Hlonyana.
Oh, okay. Honorable Dogozo, you're welcome. Okay, to the Mamhlengwa, Honorable Masondo, Honorable Hlonyane, and who else?
Masiko, Chair, my hand has been up.
Okay, angiboni la ngifuna izandla zenu. Honorable Masiko.
Chair, my hand is
Honorable
also up.
Hlomo. Honorable Ngobo, Honorable Mpiti. In that order, honorable members. Honorable Mamhlengwa.
Thank you, Chairperson. My network is not stable, Chairperson. Let me close my video.
Wayivala ma.
Thank you.
Ngizokubonisa ingane nami engisizile la ukuthenga elinye ibhetri ukuthi network mayiwa lelo bhetri lona liyasiza ku Wi-Fi.
Thank you very much,
Ngizokuthumelela yona
Chairperson.
ngibonise.
Thank you. Yes.
Mm.
First of all, let me welcome the report. We are very grateful for this report, and even the statement is so appreciated. But as from there, I noticed that there are workshops which cost so high money, e.g. 24.6 million. Can you give us details of that workshop, or who are the beneficiaries of that workshop, even the provinces? And I also noticed the communication. The money was too high from the communication, and if we can get clarity on that. And there is a money which paid, someone was resigned, e.g. Mkwanazi. If you can give me a clarity of why she get or he get double amount of 1,895 million, clarity. And we are very much worried about the money that get earning by CEO, but I'm not against if it is procedural. Coming to the development program 2, CEO, in your view, what do you say to the companies or departments who demand experience from the youth when they look for jobs. The youth are suitably qualified for the post, but the department or the company demand the experience. Let me end there. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sengwa. Honorable Masondo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, honorable members and the NYDA and our officials. Chairperson, I can be cut at any time because the load shedding has started at 10 o'clock, but still now we don't have electricity. Has the NYDA been able to offer non-financial business development interventions for the beneficiaries in the department's sanitary dignity program? How many youth were assisted in 2021-2022? How many youth with disabilities benefited from the non-financial business development interventions in 2021-2022? How is the effectiveness of the training assessed? What have been the key challenges and lessons learned? What have been experience of youth that were trained in 2021-2022 by the NYDA? The last question, has the NYDA followed up on the committee's recommendations to collaborate with universities on its training initiatives as a means of expanding its reach? What progress has been made in this regard? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Honorable Shonyane.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chairperson, first and foremost, let me welcome the presentation today, which was given by the NYDA. And Chairperson, again, let me agree with you when you were speaking, telling them that we are honestly not feeling this current NYDA because they are just not on the ground. And truly speaking, they are supposed to be the people who are going to be the helpers of our young people, especially in this current situation. With that said, Chair, I only have 3 questions for the NYDA. The first question, Chair, that I have is that when they speak of their life skill program, and then they say that their targets were met, where they've assisted young people who needed the life skills with CVs and preparation for the jobs. Then they will say to us that no, we met the target. My question then to you will be, in meeting your target, how many of those young people that you put through your life skill program have actually resulted to real jobs? Because it does not help us on one hand to be saying we've met our program, but you find out that all those young people which you have assisted with your program, they're still sitting at home and unemployed. So I want to know from the NYDA, how many of the young people that they have helped for job placement that they found jobs today? The second question that I have, Chairperson, is the financial planning for small and medium enterprises which are run by our young people. One of the biggest challenges, obviously, for any business is the financial planning, that if you don't put your finances properly, then you will end up losing your business. So I just want to understand what financial planning is the NYDA giving, especially to the businesses which are already up and running. And maybe if they can, please also give us examples of that. And the last one, which I think has always been my issue with the NYDA, while living in a very, in the times of WhatsApp and Instagram and all these things, I've said it last time when we were with them, when we did our oversight, and said to them, young people need to be able to do everything online with them. I just want to understand how far is that program of making sure that a young person with the WhatsApp can be able to do the whole application and even finalize it. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shonyane. Honorable Shongo.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to honorable members, the board and the executive. Chair, let me also start by commending the NYDA on exceeding its targets for the number of youth-owned enterprises supported through financial interventions. Though one would like to know what was the breakdown of these grants in terms of sex, province, disabilities, and grant allocation, and how are these youth being monitored and supported? Secondly, Chair, on the youth policy, how many government departments has submitted their annual plans to the NYDA in 2021, 2022, and which are those departments, and what has been the outcomes of the assessment of these annual plans? Secondly, what are the key findings and recommendations from the status of the youth report for 2021 and 2022? And thirdly, when is the NYDA, or when is the NYDA intending to host the proposed Integrated Youth Development Summit? And lastly, how does the NYDA ensure greater alignment to the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Youth in Conflict with the Law? And then, Chair, when you started earlier on, you mentioned a few things, which one the chair responded on, especially the trip to Russia. I would want to know, yes, the chair did outline the process and how the 10 people that went to Russia went there. And then I'd like to know, in the delegation that went there of young people, were there any persons with disabilities there? And did they also consider young people from disadvantaged and rural communities? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Flongo. Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
Yeah, it's you, Masiko, ne?
Yes, Chair, I think so.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and good afternoon to your good self and honorable members. Chair, let me firstly join honorable members in commending the work of the NYDA. We must commend the performance in the NYDA achieving its 8th clean audit, as well as achieving 100% of its approved targets. In some instances, we can see that they have overachieved in terms of the planned targets for the 2021-2022 financial year. I do, however, Honorable Chair, want to say that it's important for the clean audits that we're achieving 8 financial years in a row, and also the reported overachievement and 100% achievement of approved targets must translate to the actual work being felt on the ground in terms of the lives of young people being improved. The work must be commended, yes, but it must, Chairperson, translate to young people on the ground saying that we can see the visibility of the NYDA. We can tell that the impact has been felt, you know, through the length and breadth of this country. It's important for us to speak towards that. The first comment or question one would then like to address, Chairperson, under Program 1 is on the issue. I know that we've addressed in terms of the investigations where it's reported that there've been allegations through whistleblowing hotlines. It's important for us to really get a thorough report on the investigations and how they are progressing, because that also brings to question the credibility of an organization that we believe is achieving, in terms of good governance and everything else. It is quite worrying that we get allegations such as these, and it's important for us to get the full report on the investigations and how far the NYDA is dealing with matters that have been raised, because they are a red flag and they do taint the image of how this organization is being run. Secondly, Chairperson, under Program 1, one would like to check on the issue of the loans that are given to the organizations, and we do see that the loans are being written off. But the question then is, what measures has the NYDA implemented to prevent young entrepreneurs being assisted, to prevent them from forfeiting the loan repayments? So we'd like to check what the process is of writing off the loans. At what stage do we then say that, we've tried by all means to recover the loan, or there's been a permanent fault in the repayment of the loans? And at what stage do we then decide that the loan must be written off? How long does it take for us to reach that stage? In terms of human resources, we do see, or it has been reported that there has been a number of resignations from the organization, which is reported 22, with 3 dismissals. Now, one would like to know what the main reason for the dismissals as well as the resignations are. It's important, for us to also ascertain, whilst we're asking that, whether there are any exit interviews that are being done for employees that are resigning from an organization. With allegations that we receive, there are many reasons why people leave the organization. So one would like to know whether the organization itself is conducting exit interviews to ascertain why employees are leaving. The 3 dismissals, Chairperson, they have been noted, but we are not being told that these 3 officials have been dismissed based on what. I'm covered on the question that Honorable Masondo has asked on the employment of persons with disabilities. We don't have an indication, Chairperson, and as a portfolio committee, we must, commend the NYDA for ensuring that its programs are also targeted towards youth with disabilities. It is, however, unclear to us how far the NYDA has come in achieving the employment equity target for persons with disabilities. We are getting a report on the programs that are being implemented, but internally now in the organization, we are not getting the disaggregated data on the employment of persons with disabilities, where we can see the gender representation, occupational levels, the race, in terms of the permanent as well as the temporary employees. But we do need to get the figure so that we are able to check on whether the employment equity target has been met or not for persons with disabilities within the organization. Program 2, in terms of youth-owned enterprises, is supported. Honorable Masondo did touch on that, as well as Honorable Hlongo. But what is important, Chair, is the actual monitoring of these 2,000 youth-owned enterprises in townships as well as rural areas to boost the township and rural economy, and the grants being provided to the young people in those areas for their businesses through the NYDA grant program. Now, what is important for me is the support as well as the monitoring that is given to those 2,000 plus youth-owned enterprises. Is it taking place, and at what level is it happening? I'm also covered on the non-financial business development interventions. I know that Honorable Masondo asked on the sanitary dignity program. It's very important to us, chairperson of the board as well as CEO, to ensure that there's some form of integration, because in monitoring the sanitary or playing oversight over the sanitary dignity program, we have picked up the fact that this program in the main is used by young people. However, in terms of the offsprings or the financial benefits of the program, young people are really not the ones who are benefiting from the program itself. So it's important for us to ensure that the NYDA is there to give full support to young people who want to participate in the entire value chain of the sanitary dignity program. So we must be able to ensure that there's a linkage between the actual work of the department on this program, as well as the Department of Education and the NYDA in giving support to young people. In terms of the training of youth entering the job market, it's important, Chair, to say that we are commending the NYDA for exceeding in the 2 targets that were reported under that target. But now we are training young people. It's reported that there's been 50,000 young people that have been capacitated with the requisite skills to enter the job market. Now, the assessment of the effectiveness of this training for me is quite important. We need to check from the NYDA whether or not they are doing a thorough assessment on the effectiveness of these targets, of these capacity building programs, and whether or not they're experiencing any challenges, and whether there has been any lessons that have been learned from the assessment of the effectiveness of the capacity building programs. Lastly, Chairperson, my question is around the policy and law reform. In terms of the approved integrated youth development strategy by Cabinet, we are noting that Cabinet has made a number of comments around the integrated youth development strategy, one of which speaks to ensuring that government departments submit their annual plans to the National Youth Development Agency. That is a very important resolution from Cabinet, or recommendation which is proposed by Cabinet to the National Youth Development Agency. And if fully implemented, Chairperson, it will assist us in doing an assessment on the government programs and interventions towards young people across the country. It's important for us, as well as a portfolio committee, to then monitor this recommendation and its implementation by the National Youth Development Agency. The question around this is how many government departments have submitted their annual plans to the NYDA in the 2021-2022 financial year, and which government departments have not submitted, and why? What is the reason given for the non-submission of these annual plans? Honorable members have asked then whether these plans have been assessed or not, because there lies the gist of the matter in relation to the response, a government's response to youth challenges across the country. It's where we are going to get who's doing what in responding to challenges of young people. Therefore, an assessment by the NYDA must be done. Have we been able to then assess those plans, annual plans by government, and their responses to young people? Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masiko. Honorable Ngobo.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon to honorable members, the NYDA board and the executives. Chairperson, I've been covered by Honorable Masiko on the question of employment of persons with disabilities within the agency. I think that it will be helpful if the agency can indicate how many young persons with disabilities they employ at the moment, and if they have met the targets for the employment equity targets for persons with disabilities. And also, Chairperson, previously the NYDA has indicated that they will start having disability champions within their branches across the country. I just want to find out if they have been able to get these disability champions in each and every branch throughout the country. And lastly, Chairperson, on the Solomon Mahlangu Scholarship Fund, I would like to know from the NYDA how many young people benefited. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Ngobo. Honorable Mpiti.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, let me just maybe start with the first point, which is directed at the Chairperson and the Deputy Chairperson. You know, Chair, I feel on my side, it's completely unacceptable for a Deputy Chairperson to simply say they have nothing to report on. You are serving as the Deputy Chairperson, an executive position within the NYDA. You have to account, and you must be willing to account into the portfolio committee. And so I really just don't understand why the Deputy Chair would simply say there's nothing to report. So I'd really like that to be clarified on my side. And secondly, to that point, Chair, I feel the Deputy Chair has been traveling quite a lot across the world. And so it makes sense for the Deputy Chairperson to tell us what she's been doing. That is our role as this portfolio committee, to do the oversight. So to simply say you do not have a report is unacceptable in my view. And I would like the Deputy Chair to come back to that point and address the portfolio committee with the due respect that it deserves. You've been appointed, you have a responsibility to account, and you must account. You cannot come to a portfolio committee and simply say you have nothing to report. That's unacceptable in my view. I'll also move on to the Chairperson. You know, I feel the Chairperson's report was really not expanded enough. One would have expected that the Chairperson would speak about what the NYDA has been doing, that the Chairperson would address some of the issues that young people have been really speaking about in terms of unemployment. What is the plan of the NYDA? What is the NYDA what is it going to be doing looking forward, you know, as it relates to young people in this country? So we cannot simply come to portfolio meetings without giving a thorough political report as to what is the NYDA doing, particularly with the crises that we are facing in this country. And so I really do believe these reports, in my view, cannot be accepted in the way that they were presented. They must be expanded upon so that we understand exactly the direction of the NYDA, so that we can do proper oversight, Chairperson, over the NYDA. I also just, you know, something on the side that I'm picking up, I'm wondering what is the current relationship between the Chairperson and the Deputy Chairperson. You know, I've noticed in the past couple of meetings we've met with the NYDA that there seems to be some tension that I'm picking up, and I hope I can be corrected. But I would like to really say on that point that we really are looking at the NYDA to steer into the direction, particularly of young people, and the mandate that young people have for this particular agency in the right direction. And one hopes that there is cohesion within the board. One hopes that there is teamwork that is taking place, because without that, Chair, we will find ourselves with the questions that have been posed by Honorable Sonyana, as well as yourself, Chair, about what is the NYDA doing on the ground? How is the NYDA being felt on the ground? And if there's no cohesion, that does then impact young people in this country. So I would like to understand if there's anything of the sorts. Furthermore, I'd like to understand from the board itself, how many board meetings are taking place? and how many people are attending those particular board meetings. I think that would also assist us, because one thing that is becoming clear, Chair, related to the point that you made about the NYDA board not being on the ground is around the issue of what type of evaluations are being done on board members. So if you are a board member per quarter, how are you being evaluated? How is your value to the institution or to the agency being monitored? How is it being evaluated? Is that system in place? Can the chairperson perhaps expand on that, on how monitoring and evaluation is taking place in terms of the board members of the NYDA? I think that will also assist us to understand the type of work that each board member is responsible for. And each board member is responsible, what type of work are they doing in the provinces? Who's doing what? That can allow us to do proper oversight over each board member. So I'd just like some clarity around that particular issue. The next issue is, I think it has been expanded upon, the allegations that have been leveled against the CEO. We welcome the investigation as outlined by the chairperson of the NYDA. And we do indeed look forward to that report at the end of November. But again, I would like to echo the words of the chair to say that what we've received as the portfolio committee and what the board itself has received in terms of these allegations, can we have a copy so that we understand that we are dealing with the same type of issues? The next point, Chair, is just a point of clarity around the Russia trip. I think it was very interesting, and I thank the chair for expanding upon it. But I'd really like to know, in the international climate that we find ourselves in, particularly with the war in Ukraine and Russia, how exactly was this decision to accept this particular invitation decided upon, knowing the particular position that our foreign policy has taken from a governmental perspective? We've seen how the South African government has voted in the UN when it pertains to the Ukraine and Russia matter. And so I wonder whether this particular decision did not send a particular message, not only to young people in South Africa, but across the world, that the NYDA in some way, shape or form was agreeing to what is happening between these two countries. And so I'd really like to understand how was this particular decision taken? What considerations were made? Because the NYDA is its own brand, and the brand must be protected over political inclinations at all times. And so I wonder how that particular decision was made, and I hope I can receive an answer on that particular issue. The next point is to the CEO around the Auditor General's report, and he had begun to answer it. But what I wanted to say on this particular issue, Chair, is a simple thing, is to say that, when you report that you've achieved certain targets, but yet you haven't, it brings into question a lot of things. It brings into question, indeed, to say you've achieved 100% of your targets, when the Auditor General has pointed out quite clearly that on this occasion, this target was listed as having been achieved when in fact it wasn't. So I'd really like to understand how something like that can happen, and how exactly have the other particular targets, how have they've been listed as achieved, if one like this can be listed as achieved when in fact it wasn't. It brings into question exactly those particular targets that are listed. Chair, you'll remember in the last meeting, we had asked the NYDA to bring forth the communication strategy plan. I wonder if that report has found its way to your office or to other honorable members. To myself, I have not seen that report. And you'll remember, Chair, that when we requested this particular communication strategy, it was around the issues of saying that the footprint, or at least the penetration of information around the products and services of the NYDA was not reaching certain areas in South Africa. It was not reaching rural communities in South Africa. And so we had asked that this particular strategy be made available to us so that we can understand what type of mitigations are being put in place to understand how the NYDA can reach more people and more young people in different areas. So I'd really like to understand, where is that communication strategy? What exactly is being done to intervene on these points that we've raised quite often this year alone? Can we be finished with that information? Can we understand what type of information is being put in place in regards to that issue? The last point, Chair, is a simple one, to say that, I would like to join Honorable Hlengwa in terms of the point that she made around the salary of the CEO, which is currently at 2.7 million, higher than ministers, higher than the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. And so one would say that, when your salary is that high, you expect, that the organization in itself would really be infiltrating these communities in a more aggressive way. The way that I'm feeling currently, which is, I think, a feeling that has been shared by some honorable members in this particular platform, is that the NYDA is just not making an impact on the ground. And I feel that, when you speak to young people across the country, in the length of breadth of this country, they will tell you the same thing. And coupled with that, you now have, these allegations that are now denting the image of this new board that has been appointed by the president, that have, continued to cause more damage to an already damaged NYDA brand. One can't help but to ask questions around that particular aspect. We must get value for money. And I think young people deserve to get value for money. So I'd really like to understand, if you are being paid so higher than ministers, surely the work of the NYDA should be penetrating and should be felt by young people across the country, and should at least be warranting us to receive positive inputs from young people about the work of the NYDA. This again ties in with the communication strategy, which has not come forth. And I wonder when that will come to the portfolio committee so that we can do proper oversight around that particular issue. Chair, I'll end there, but I'll end with a point to simply say that, we wish that the NYDA does well. We want this board to do well. We remember the inputs that were made by each person who is on this board about the innovations that they were going to bring, the great ideas and creative ideas. But yet, when I hear some of the responses from board members, it's as if, people are really disconnected from the work that is happening. I mean, to hear points like, I have nothing to report, is really questionable to me, when we heard so many great and amazing ideas during the interviews, but today there's now, nothing to report, there's nothing to say, there's nothing to bring to the table. Very concerning to me, because many of the people who became the board members of the NYDA were super passionate and believed that they could change things and that they could bring different innovations to the problems that the NYDA had in the past. However, today it's a different story. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mpiti. Over to you, Honorable NYDA.
Sorry, Chair, my hand is up.
Where were your hands?
Me too, Chair. Yes, Chair, I'm having issues with technical issues, Chair, so please forgive me.
Okay. Who else? Why not me too?
Boni, Chair.
Oh, okay. Okay, and Nazli and Honorable Boni.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you,
Again,
Honorable Mpiti.
apologies for the late hand and not putting my video on, Chair. I am using my cell phone as I'm struggling a little bit with internet connection. Chairperson, mine is a quick one. I'd like to put a recommendation forward to ask that in the next time the NYDA comes to our committee, they bring to the chairperson and the deputy chairperson bring a report on exactly what each board member, number one, is responsible for, and number two, what they have done since their appointment as board members in a list format to say this is what each member has done and this is what they're planning to do. This way, as Honorable Mpiti has said, makes it easier for the portfolio committee to do oversight on each board member to make sure that they are indeed working and they're not just getting paid a salary in jail. Secondly, Chairperson, I wanted to also raise the concern around the lack of consistency amongst the pay scale of board members, and if we can just get information around that. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nazli. Honorable Poni.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chair. And good afternoon, Chairperson, Portfolio Committee members, and members, all delegation from NYDA who are present here on the platform today. I will switch off my video, Chair, because earlier on I could not hear other members as they were talking. I had challenges also with network, I believe. So I may, I'm not sure whether I will raise issues that were raised before, because the only person after being cut off was the Honorable Masiko. I started hearing again from her input, Chair. Chair, let me say that most of the issues that one would have wanted to raise, I think I'm covered on them, but there are just one or up to about three that I need to raise that I did not hear come up. Let me start by saying, Chair, we welcome and appreciate the report, the presentation that has been made to us today from the chairperson, the CEO presented, and so on. And also commend the agency for the work well done. You know, where people have done good, we need also to mention, as much as we will find some areas where we think they need attention or further work on them. So I think I need to commend them for what they have done so far, and making sure that they continue to have a clean audit report. That's very good. And I want to say, let them keep up that pace, not to drop it at some point, because sometimes when you get too much compliments, you end up relaxing and ending up not doing what is expected. Chair, from the auditors, the AG's report, I think there was something that they mentioned that to say that it is to encourage the NYDA to leverage on its good reporting process and making sure that they achieve achievement of their targets, and also to ensure that whatever they are doing, Chair, becomes visible and it has this positive impact to the citizens of this country. But in the main, it would be the youth of this country that will benefit. Chair, on the salary of the CEO, I think over some time or over the years, we have seen CEOs getting a lot of money. We talk of our state-owned enterprises, where CEOs take money, a lot of money, and then the department or the entities end up not being able to run and perform their day-to-day duties because of lack of funds or lack of whatever. So I want to say that let this salary of the CEO not lead to at some point where the agency will not be able to perform, because at some stage there will be another increase. We don't know for after how many years do they get increased. So I let it not bring the agency to a point where it will be difficult to perform. Chair, looking into all the stats or the reports that the agency reports on from time to time, we note and one is aware that it only talks to male and female. And I think dealing with young people of this country, we also have those young people who are non-conforming to a particular gender or sex. So I think that it will be good for the agency to start including in their day-to-day performance or programs in different provinces, making sure that it does not end with male, female, persons with disability, but those young people who are non-conforming to either. So I think it will give a good picture because we have a lot of them out there, and it seems like opportunities are not coming to them or they are not able to access these opportunities. So one is just encouraging the agency to start looking into that because they are different. They've got the transgender and you name them. So I think we would like to see something talking to that going forward in their reports. The other thing, Chair, in terms of participation of provinces or provinces benefiting from whatever that is provided by NYDA, it appears to me that there are certain provinces that continuously either over or are more receiving than other provinces. You get KZN, you get Limpopo, you get Gauteng in most of the, whether it's a grant or many things. If they mention other provinces, it will be like in one instance and so on. So I think and want to encourage that the NYDA should ensure that there is equal or sufficient participation on the opportunities made available by them to all provinces so that young people are on board, because one of the presenters earlier said that they wish that other provinces could come on board. But it could be two things. It's either that those young people in other provinces that are not on board currently, it could be maybe of them not being interested, but it could be also saying that NYDA is not doing enough to reach out to them, to all provinces, and make sure that everyone knows and understand what is it that they are standing for as an agency. So Chair, for me is just to encourage and request that those be attended to so that there should be like that equal and sufficient participation from all provinces. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pony. Over to you, NYDA.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And thank you to the honorable members for their comments and questions. Honorable Chair, if I may, perhaps just respond to the questions that were directly asked to me, and then I will then hand over to the Deputy Chair, and as well as the board members who would maybe want to make input on some of the comments that the honorable members raised. But I think for me, honorable members, the issue of that was raised by, maybe I'll start from the last speakers, the comments raised by Honorable Mpiti in relation to the observation by the honorable members. I want to reassure the committee that
there are observations. It's what I observed too, but I didn't want to speak about them. So I'm happy that honorable members have raised them in this meeting. You can continue, Chair.
Yes. Okay. No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I want to just really reaffirm the committee that at the level of the board, we work very well together. We have a very good working relation, and there's a sense of synergy that we would like to bring forward to the honorable members. However, the observation is noted, and I think it would just need us to have a process wherein we begin to demystify some of the observations. And so we'll be able to correct that going forward. I want to reassure the members that we are a board that works quite well, particularly the Office of the Executive Director, which is myself, and the Deputy Chair. That's the one. But the Honorable Mpiti also raised concerns around the Russia trip. And I think Honorable Mpiti, in response to that, mine would be to say that because we are an entity that is located within a particular government department, we are not at variance to what the South African position is as it relates to the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Similarly to the fact that the South African position has stated that we are not indifferent to what is going on in Ukraine. Equally at the level of the NYDA, we are equally deeply concerned about the continuing conflict, the loss of lives, as well as the deteriorating humanitarian crisis there. But what would have then culminated in this trip was a result or being cognizant of the fact that where we are situated, we would want South African youth to be afforded an opportunity to be part of a global community. And as we are member states of the BRICS community, it was on that against that backdrop that we felt that young people in this country would benefit from this particular trip. So our member states would equally find it beneficial that South Africa or the South African youth delegation form part of that trip. And then I also would want to perhaps respond to the questions raised around the communication strategy, and perhaps to acknowledge that it was an error on our part, but we want to report to the honorable members that last week we had a communication strategy session wherein the process of reviewing the current communication strategy took place, and we will definitely make that particular report available to the honorable members. There were some recommendations that were made in that particular strat session that perhaps would need us to put meat to it, but once we have a comprehensive strategy that would have emanated from this particular workshop that we had last week, then it is something that we will make available to the honorable members. And lastly, the recommendation made by honorable members as it relates to a monitoring tool to assess board members. I want to perhaps thank the honorable members for that recommendation, and we will definitely take that forward and engage the board and see how we can develop a monitoring tool so that we are able to ensure that we update the honorable members going forward. Those were just the responses on my side, and allow me then, through you, Chairperson, to ask the Deputy Chair to respond to some of the comments and questions, and then we'll open it up to the board members. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think other members of the board, if they want to respond to certain issues that we have raised as honorable members, they can respond before we go to administration. Ne? So you can raise your hands, it's okay. Operational matters, the administration will respond to those ones. Thank you very much. Over to you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair and honorable members. I think let me just start with sincerely apologizing for my earlier comment. I think when I had said there is nothing to add from my side, my understanding would have been that the chair was requesting me to add on the question of Russia in particular. And I really do want to apologize if it came across as if I do not want to report to the portfolio committee. Chair, I was not in Russia. I did not participate in that particular special project that the board undertook, and hence my response that I would not have had anything to add on the particular matter. But let me just appreciate, Chair, the constructive criticism. I think we're definitely, committing ourselves to work towards ensuring that we do work as a collective, and that as and when we move forward, we make sure that our programs are more impactful. I think sometimes we may feel as if we're doing our best, but it may appear that our best is not impactful, and young people on the ground are actually not seeing the results of some of the work that we're doing. So I think there is that commitment on our side to say, in hindsight, what is it that we can be able to do much better? And I think, as the chairperson would have mentioned in terms of the communication strategy, I think some of the shortcomings that we have had and we have noted and are trying to rapidly respond to is how we communicate and when we communicate, and what is it exactly that we communicate, so that young people and other people that do interact with the agency can be able to get a clear message on some of the interventions that we have put in place. I want to confirm, Chair, I think it was Honorable Hlonyane who spoke about us using digital advances in terms of your WhatsApp, your Snapchats, in trying to ensure that there is ease of access to information to young people, at the tips of, at their fingertips. Interventions such as a chat bot. During COVID-19, I think the Department of Health had such a similar feature where you're able to have an interaction with a bot on WhatsApp that gives you, real-time information on some of the reports. And that's exactly what we're looking into as an agency, to try and become more efficient, but also try to, take advantage of some of the technological advances that are there. I think I just want to also report, Chair, that we did have our investment strategy session yesterday with an intention to look at some of the offerings. I think the committee has been saying that we do have programs, but the reach is too little because of the number that we're actually servicing. So the intention of the investment strategy was to say, how do we put interventions in place to ensure that we pull in different investors and partners to this particular program that we have, for example, the grant program, so that we're able to be, able to reach out to a greater number of young people, even those that are in rural communities and would not ordinarily have access to interventions of the NYDA. So the investment strategy session was designed for that very reason, to say, how do we build investor confidence? But beyond us building investor confidence, how do we ensure that we translate this investor confidence into monetary value that can be able to assist young people on the ground? I think just also to report, Chair, you have been quite passionate on cannabis farming. We can confirm that we have been in engagement with Agri-SETA to find ways to help young people in terms of accessing and getting licensing into this particular sector. It is quite stringent, but we're trying to gather as much information as we possibly can from different stakeholders, so we're able to understand what is it really that is required. We can definitely commit to giving a report in the next session that we have on some of the progress that we have made in terms of accelerating the participation of young people in cannabis farming, as well as food security as a whole. Chair, we can also confirm that we have finalized the memorandum of understanding in our effort to try and streamline and mainstream youth development, even in provinces and in regions. We can confirm that we have signed a memorandum of understanding with the Mpumalanga Office of the Premier, and they have committed 40% in procurement to young people. And this is some of the work that the board has done. What we then now need to do is to say, how do we ensure that young people in the Mpumalanga province have access to this 40% commitment that has been made by the government? We can also confirm, Chair, that the MOU with the Limpopo province is also currently underway. We're hoping that we would have completed and signed by the end of the year. There was commitment, or there is still commitment from the Office of the Premier to establish a youth fund that is going to be directly funding young entrepreneurs in the Limpopo province. We really do hope that by the time we do come back, we can also bring in some feedback in terms of this MOU as well, and trying to see which other provinces it is that we can be able to engage on to ensure that we don't only leave this work in some provinces, but to ensure that there is some footprint in terms of youth development in all other provinces. Just to respond, Chair, there was a matter that was raised around the international trips that I have undertaken, Chair. I can confirm that I have only been on 2 international trips on an official level. The first one would have been with the Kingdom of Spain. That was an investment bilateral that was led by the Deputy Minister of International Relations and Cooperation. And I think it was a call responding to the NYDA saying, even in these platforms where trade and investment is being discussed, there needs to be set aside for young people. And I can confirm that in that particular bilateral we had between the government of South Africa and the Kingdom of Spain, as led by the Deputy Minister, there was appetite to have set asides for young people so that they can be able to enter into international trade. One of the areas that we have been lamenting in terms of entrepreneurship and building young people, young-owned businesses, is that they don't have access to markets. So that is one of the trips that was undertaken. The second trip, Chair, I can confirm, was at the, it was in the DRC with the SADC delegation. There was a SADC industrialization week that was ahead of the state and the head of states meeting that took place in the DRC, and the intention of that meeting is equally the same as the bilateral between the Kingdom of Spain and the government of South Africa, was really how do we open up space for young people in the industrialization sector, in SADC in particular, taking advantage of not only the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, but as well as the SACU agreement that is there in SADC countries. I think lastly, Chair, the last area just to comment on would have been on the need that has been identified, of course, for us to be, more active, on the ground and in rural communities. And I think I just want to reiterate that there is that commitment on our side, and because there was a request as well for us to actually submit our detailed reports in terms of what is it that we have been doing in our respective responsibilities, we definitely do commit, Chair, that we can make those reports available to honorable members. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. You see, now we have given us information that we needed from you. So it was important for us to get that information. Mr. Ndlela and Mr. Avela.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think I will start so that my senior leader, Mr. Jatubana, covers in the end. Chair, I think the first thing, let's first appreciate the comments, the constructive comments from the members of the Portfolio Committee. I think it is taken in the spirit that it is said that, look, we need to do a little bit more in advertising and maybe projectizing the work that we do, because maybe where we are lacking is the communication, because in terms of the actual work that is being done, I don't think if we were to report and as we continuously come and report, there is no appreciation of the work that has been done. But we must also indicate that we as an agency always suffer from the realities of some of the work that we do is so positive that it creates an expectation that we need to do more. But the resources that we have do not allow us to be able to do that. But some of the partnerships, through the partnerships that we are having and finalizing, we will be in a position to roll out some of the work external to the resources of the NYDA. Let me make an example there, Honorable Chair. Yesterday, we had an investment session where we were looking at how we could bolster our investments from outside. And one of the key stakeholders that were present there was the agri-sector. And we seem to be aligned, and we're in the process of finalizing an MOU with them, in which we will explore at a pilot level the industrialization of cannabis. Particularly, we've identified the province of the Eastern Cape, where we will start this process. But if we expect that this to be done by NYDA resources, it may take us a while because the kind of resources we have are limited, and I know there is a natural temptation for people when they look at our budget to say, look, your budget is now almost $1 billion. You've moved from just over 400 million. Why are you not doing more? But the nature of the money that we got given on top of that is ring-fenced money that is targeted at the NYS. So it really is an important thing for us to explain and get colleagues and honorable members to understand where we are at the moment. But with that said, we are not saying we think all is well. We are saying we are going to work more, and we obviously, as you've responded to, as you've instructed, that there must be a detailed account of what each board member does. We'll subject ourselves to that. We have no problem with that. And then lastly, Chair, what I also want to respond to is young people in rural areas, whether we are able to access them and we're able to deal with our footprint towards them. Naturally, Chair, we would want to be in every municipality in the country, but practically we are not able to at the moment, given the resource limitation. So we then come up with different things. The move of the NYDA from it being a strictly paper-based institution to being paperless is really trying to say, wherever you are, if you can have access to a network, you'll be able to reach us. But we're not only ending there, because some young people are in such remote areas that you won't find the network. We're introducing things like the chatter box, which the deputy chair was talking about, and I understand why she wouldn't know this, because we haven't had a board meeting since our last committee meeting in the ICT committee. That we are in the final stages. Vodacom has given us the undertaking that they will support that initiative on their platforms. So we should be in a stage to, by the time we get to the next board meeting in the month, to report as the chair of the ICT committee that it's now operational, or it's in the last stages of operation. So it's no longer something we're still thinking about. It's no longer something that we reported in the last board meeting as something we're working towards. It's something that is in the final stages. And what that will do, Honorable Chair, it will allow a young person, wherever they are in the country, to be able to, through the WhatsApp platform, have a direct contact with the NYDA without them having to go to a website or anything like that. These are some of the initiatives that we're trying to make sure that we become as innovative as possible, but understanding the network challenges that this country still have, the challenges of power that this country still has. I mean, I speak to you now, I'm on 10%, load shedding is still continuing here. And when I'm able to, during this process, I'll be disconnected. So it really becomes a bit of a problem. And if we are struggling at this level, even other young people people, because we are not unique to all other young people. They are also struggling. So I do believe that honorable members, whilst we are optimistic of what we are going to achieve, and we are working to achieve a little bit more, but there are these constraints which we must deal with as well. And then my last comment, Chair, is on the observation made. Chair, I really wish to concur with the chairperson of the board. We are a group of 7 hardworking, differently abled and differently skilled young people. But for Mr. Mjatubana, any other colleague here, I didn't know personally. I'd never met them. So we are not at all friends, but we are professional and we're colleagues and we work well together. We are here to support one another. We've never had any difficult issues that we could not confront. Obviously, amongst the collective of professionals, there are going to be discussions that are a little bit uncomfortable amongst ourselves, but we always make sure that those discussions are held within the professional realm. And the intention of those discussions is always to find the best way in which we move the NYDA forward. Because the nice thing about us and where we are is that we went through a process where we indicated individually that we wanted to make a difference. So no one is here because they are forced, you know. So I want to guarantee colleagues and members of the portfolio committee that we are not friends, but we're professional and we work well with each other, and we are in the process of supporting one another. We are led by our 2 chairpersons, the chair and the deputy chair, and we are working well with one another. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ndlela. Mr. Avila.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to the members of the committee, my colleagues in the board and agency. Firstly, Chair, I really wish to take this opportunity to apologize to members of the subcommittee for joining the meeting a little bit late. I can confirm, Chair, that I was up so early and joined the meeting, but it happened that the link I used was on Teams, whereas the meeting is on Zoom. So that became a problem. So my sincere apologies. I think my colleagues have covered me on many issues that were raised by committee members. And I do wish to also commend the advice and the strong criticism that we received from the committee members. And I take it that in a light that it seeks to build and strengthen us and to ensure that we indeed improve the footprint of the National Development Agency. Chair, most of my, I take the advice that we need probably to develop a plan on how board members must account for their work, so that we can showcase that this is the work that board members are doing. For instance, like my colleagues have raised that we had a strategy on communications last week, a session, because we wanted to improve the reach on the projects that the NYDA is undertaking and the events that the NYDA is doing. But we don't only want to do events that are not impactful to young people, particularly in these current conditions where you have a high unemployment rate. We are, Chair, particularly here in the Eastern Cape, have engagement with a variety of youth organizations in order to formulate a plan on how to tackle unemployment in this impoverished province of ours, the Eastern Cape, using the current economic opportunities that are here in the province, particularly the coastal belt, and my colleagues have mentioned the cannabis that we want to use as form of the economic development in our province, which, Chair, it resides mostly in the part which we spoke about, the part of the Boston Johnson, Lusigi, and there are many agricultural opportunities that are there, Chair, in the Boston Johns, but we are in the main engaging with youth organizations, the South African Youth Council, and many other youth organizations that are found here in the Eastern Cape. Also, we are in a process, Chair, because there is a fund available from the Premier's office of the Eastern Cape, which is assigned to an institution under the Premier's office called Isikalo Youth Fund. We're in the process of ensuring that the NYDA does get an opportunity to ensure that those funds are indeed transferred to empower young people of our province. We're also in engagement with the TVET colleges here in the province to ensure that as the TVET sector is undergoing a curriculum review, we are able to place Eastern Cape better in terms of the skill set that we need here in the province for the improvement of the province. So indeed, Chair, we are planning to ensure that we go around and engage and meet with all youth organizations, because we cannot do the work alone only as the NYDA. We need to ensure that we partner not only with youth organizations, but with other institutions that are working towards the improvement of young people. So, Chair, we are prepared, and we wish to say that we accept the criticism, and we assure you that we are readily available to make such reports available, and we want to ensure you that we are committed as the board to improve the image of the NYDA and ensure that the NYDA is felt by young people. Of course, the high unemployment rate in our country does have an impact, and whatever that we do, if we are not able to communicate properly, it might appear that the NYDA is doing nothing. So, Chair, we do accept that criticism, but also, Chair, as part of your comments that you always make and have encouraged me, I think I've lost some serious kilos now. When I invite the committee to the Eastern Cape, probably you would see the changes in my body. Thank you very much, Chair.
Siyakompita mina now, yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Avela. I think the other opportunity that we'll want to see you exploring is the Office of the Premiers in all provinces. As you just mentioned now, Mr. Avela, what have you done with the Eastern Cape Premier so far? What have you done in the Office of the Premier of the Eastern Cape so far? I think even other provinces, CEO, I heard you said in the Free State, you are helping the Office of the Premier in drafting the strategic plan on youth development, on youth issues. But they must also, whilst they are assisting them, they must have a rolling plan also, because drafting a plan for them, assisting them in drafting a plan, they will fail when it comes to implementation. So I'm sure when you're assisting them, you must also look at that. But maybe in all provinces, just check what are the provinces doing, especially in the offices of the premiers. Any other board member? If there's none.
Yes, please, Chair.
Alexandra?
Yes, Chair, thank you. Can I speak?
Yes, you can.
Thank you so much. Yeah, just to start again and say thank you so much to all the honourable members for listening to the presentations, for your comments, and for holding us to account. Yesterday, the board actually had a communication strategy meeting, and we started the meeting by going around, everyone saying 3 things we love about South Africa and then 1 negative thing. And one of the positive things that came up time and time again was everyone was saying about when it works, that our governance and this kind of accountability is one of our favorite things about South Africa. And this democracy, obviously, that was fought for so hard. It was so much bloodshed, and how much we must really value that and honor that. So I think these sessions, even though hearing it and being on the receiving end as the board, it's we get raked to the coals a bit, but it's important. That's what we hear. Like my colleague Talisa said, we chose to do this. We went through a process to get here, so we must welcome this criticism and then improve for that, especially because it's taxpayers' money. I got a few points I want to make. First, I want to touch on the Russia thing. So, I mean, I don't really know how much of it is my place to comment on this. I think we have to follow the direction that DIRCO sets and be unified in that. I have got strong opinions on that. Personally, I think we just need to do whatever we can from our point of view to just to pursue peace. I think that escalation or trying to add any sort of like flames or anything at this point is just globally will be a bit of a disaster. So as much as we can from our point as a government, just do what we can to enhance peace talks and not kind of increase hostility in any way possible. So that's kind of my personal opinion on that, but professionally, I follow the direction that DIRCO sets and that the board kind of agrees on. I think it's something I've had to come to terms with, that even if there's some things that I vehemently disagree with individually, that we're a team, we work together. It's again, like my colleague Talisa said, there is no disunity in the board. We're not friends, but I genuinely enjoy the company and I have a lot of respect professionally for my board members. And when we have a robust discussion about something and we come to an agreement, we stick with that and we kind of back each other. Yeah, I think, other than my work on the board, my personal work is I work in tech startups. And there's this thing about, we like to move very fast. We like to have an idea and implement it straight away, be on the ground, make things happen. And it's been quite difficult for me to adjust to the pace of government, which is a lot slower naturally. Not that I'm making an excuse, but what I've come to learn is that I think the reason why government has to move slower than the private sector is because the repercussions are just so much vaster. I mean, we're responsible for 17 million young South Africans. So any change we make has a ripple effect to, tens of millions of people. And if they're used to a certain way of operating, it's kind of like, we can't change it too drastically because then people are depending on there being a certain amount of stability. And as soon as you change things too fast, there's this instability there. That being said, it's no excuse for inaction and making things not happen. So I absolutely hear that. I think we should definitely, endeavor to be better. The one thing I will say, sometimes we do get strong-armed by the ministry, that if something comes from higher up saying that you will do this, no matter how much we disagree with it, sometimes we get told we just have to do it, which I personally find very frustrating. Something else I'm learning about how to.
You are told by the ministry.
On some occasions.
Oh, okay.
And we kind of have to, abide by that sometimes. But other than that, thank you again, everyone, for your feedback. And I think we definitely take that on. And hopefully at our next sitting, not be so, have more positive feedback from the honorable members. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Alexandra. I think one will be interested on what are the things that ministry sometimes wants you to do as NYDA. For as long as it does not take you out of your strategic plan and your APP, it's fine, but one is having interest in knowing what are other things. Dr. Benis is here because we don't want also the ministry to push things that are supposed to be done by them and wants NYDA to do those things when they are the ones who must do all those things that they are bringing to yourselves. If maybe the chair can be able to share with us and the CEO and the deputy chair can also assist if so that we understand exactly what are those things and how then as a committee can assist if maybe they do hamper your plans. But if they're still in line with your plans, then we don't have a problem. But if they are taking you out of what you have planned for, then we'll have a problem as the committee. What we appreciate is that you have attended our meeting and you are able also to take constructive criticism as part of improving how you do things as a team of board members of NYDA, because all of us, we don't want to see you going down. We want you to take NYDA to another level. From the level where it was, you need to improve from that one and move to the next level. For instance, if I may ask your achievements within 100 days, what is it that you have done except going to Russia?
Chair,
I'm not asking you per se, Alexander. I'm just raising this to all of you, so that at least you can think and see how important is the work that you're doing as board members. We are not saying as the committee, don't go overseas to learn good practices or to benchmark other things that you want to do as a board. We're not saying that. But what we're saying, you must also take into consideration bread and butter issues that young people in the country, so that you can see what is the importance of you being there and changing the lives of young people, making young people to see that since you came in as the board, these are the things that are benefiting under your leadership. But thank you very much for your response. I can now hand over to the CEO. If you are ready to tell us in 100 days, what is it that, what achievements have you achieved so far since you are in the office as board members? Anyone, but I'm expecting the chair and the deputy chair to respond on that one, so that at least you can see how far are you. Over to you, Chairperson. Deputy Chair, you can also come in. Or if you are not sure, but for now, I can give the CEO to respond on the administration side. CEO, and then at the end, you can come in and tell us the good news.
Thanks, Chairperson. So let me start out maybe on the question of remuneration in the organization, right? And I think there's a wider conversation about remuneration in the public service, right? We keep hearing about how the public sector wage bill is too high in South Africa. Right? So at some point, the NYDA salary bill was approaching close to 50% of our revenue from the Treasury, right? And the Treasury had said to us it's unsustainable and you have to find a way to cut remuneration so that it reduces to 35% of your grant. Yeah? And we did that. So you'll find that even at executive level, there used to be the CEO and 10 executive managers in NYDA. Today we have the CEO and 4 executive managers. The work that used to be done by 11 people is now done by 5 people. In COVID-19, again, we had to look at how we potentially reduce management positions and things like that when people's contracts came to an end, so that remuneration stays in line. If you look at where the programs are now, salaries is making up about 20% of the grants of or the total revenue of the organization. We have one of the lowest salary bills, public sector, of any organization. But equally, I'm not going to be defensive about my own remuneration. It's to say that my remuneration is determined by an independent system and is approved by a board of directors. I don't determine my own salary. With that being said, you know, when I joined the NYDA 8.5 years ago, there was 0 clean audits. Today there are 8. When I joined the NYDA, the revenue was 400 million. Today we have in excess of R1 billion. When I joined the NYDA, there was 2 people who were contributing money outside of government. Today we have more than 20 people giving up. And this is not my individual achievements. These are collaborative achievements of boards and management who have worked together. But I want to put it on record here, Chairperson, that if the committee in any way feels that I am overpaid as the CEO, I am happy to take any cut in remuneration that may be prescribed by this committee. I don't do this job because I want to get paid for it. I do it because I want to contribute to the public service. Yeah? And I feel that it's important that I put that on public record. As it relates to—
You must not feel like a CEO. You must not feel like it's wrong for you to earn the money that you're getting. All what honorable members wanted to get clarity on is for as long as it's done correctly, it's fine. What we honorable members wanted to hear is that it's not you who just wake up one morning and increases your salary. So
that's not
remember,
but
in fact, what
want to say
NYDA is paying and CGE is paying and other entities are paying, it's that one is far less from what in fact CGE CEO's salary is less than what you're earning, if I'm not mistaken. So you must not feel like the committee members don't want you to earn what you deserve. No, they're not saying that.
No, that's fine, Chair. But I also want to say that if it is that way, I'm happy to humble myself and reduce my salary, Chair. Thanks for that, Chair. I think as the question relates to what is our opinion on entry-level posts in the country, I think we advocate that for entry-level posts, young people must be accommodated because you are always sitting with the situation where young people say that they need experience to get a job, but where must they get experience if no one is willing to give them a chance, right? I mean, we found that in the graduate guarantee program that was run by the Department of Higher Education and Training, where 8,000 graduates were guaranteed in employment, those young people, within 3 months of being in that program, they were able to find other employment, mostly in the private sector, because they just needed that ability to get experience. Of course, in some cases are different to one another. For example, if you are hiring drivers and you need a driver's license and the young person does not have a driver's license, companies can look at upskilling programs to fill the skills gap between what young people have and what jobs require. So I think that we completely support the notion of entry-level posts should be allocated to young people who do not have the requisite experience. And I think what we showed in the views of what we're trying to do on the presidential youth employment intervention is that where possible, we're trying to break down the barriers that young people face, high cost of data, high cost of transport, but also very arbitrary requirements that are put into posts requiring young people to have things that they don't usually have, and some things that don't contribute to performance in respect of those jobs. Yeah. As it relates to collaboration with universities, I think during Mr. Mbambo's presentation on market linkages, he showed the different universities we're collaborating with, TUT, the University of Limpopo, Sekukune, TVET College, but there are also a number of others where we're collaborating as it relates to skills development, to academic research, to outputs to the country. I also think in the presentation, we indicated the collaboration with UCT, the labor unit there, around particularly the basic package of support for young people. There was a question related.
CEO,
yes.
Just hold on a little bit. You know, I think the other thing that we're not satisfied about is in relations to what is paid to graduates, young people who are graduates, when they do internship. I think including Dr. Penis and yourselves, you need to look at it. You can imagine a young person who have studied at the university, and then at the end of the day, he's being paid for internship, is being paid 3,500. I don't think that's adequate or satisfactory. No, that you need to look at, because in some places, Masondo,
Sorry, Chair.
Toluvale mic yakho. I think that has been a concern for me and other members, that you can imagine you have studied for 3 years or 4 years, and then you get placed and you are placed in whether it's a department or a municipality, and we are being paid 3,500. I don't think that's on. That's not right, according to me. I think you need to look at that, including the department, Dr. Penis. I'm sure you need to think about it. And how then do you advocate for young people when coming to those internships that are all over? Because one can say, this is another form of exploitation. So I think this is concerning to us. Maybe at some time you need to give yourselves time and think on how best can those young graduates be paid when they are doing internships in the whether departments or wherever they are being placed.
No, notice, Chairperson. We will certainly do work around the rates that are being paid to new graduates. I think that there needs to be a push away from also a minimum wage towards a living wage. The cost of living is dramatically increased. Yeah. As it relates to money which was spent on workshops, the majority of costs related to workshops are for catering for young people who attend our training. Now, if you take the money which was spent on workshops and divide it by the 60,000 young people that need to be trained, you will equate to, we spend about 80 Rand per young person per day for catering related costs. It's not fair to put a young person through a day's training and not assist them with catering, at least breakfast and lunch for that day. It is very difficult for them to concentrate throughout the day if you don't subsidize the catering costs of them. So that is the majority of the costs that we spend on workshops. On communications, one will note that the budget was 19 million. We only spent 11 million of that budget. But just to give you a sense of the costs that are associated with communications, we need to, for where we train young people who have physical impairment of sight, we have to print all their training manuals in Braille. That is quite expensive. We need to purchase gazebos and pull-up banners and replace these every 2 or 3 years for our branches and our centers when they do outreach-related work. When we do outreach, and we need to do outreach in all local municipalities, or at least we try and do it in all local municipalities at least once a year. We need to provide free Wi-Fi that's paid through our communications budget. We upgraded the website during the financial year. The cost of that needed to be paid through there. We do media monitoring reports. There's an expectation that we support community-based media. We do some support for national-based media. When we move to new centers, we are required to brand those centers, do signage for young people. We also need to, the branding of the beneficiary sites, we have to brand at least 2,000 beneficiary sites a year so that when people visit them, They know these are sites which are funded by the NYDA. We have to brand our mobile outreach vehicles so people know that they come from the NYDA. We have to print brochures. Young people like to come to the office and leave with information sometimes. I know we say that digital is important. There's still a lot of young people in the country who don't have smartphones, who still use feature phones, who would like to have brochures. When we do outreach, it's important for us to have brochures for young people. And then, of course, events. The chairperson would have mentioned, we do the pre-SONA youth event. We do the young people's deliberation on the budget. So we have to have a number of events. We are trying to reduce the events, but I think there is pressure that we do outreach. And those are the drivers of the communications costs in the country. There was a question around financial planning. Our business management training focuses a big portion of it on how young people run the finances of their business. And generally, we find that where we do impart financial skills to young people, they are able to run their businesses a little bit better. I think the Deputy Chairperson referred to the fact that we are now a digital organization. A young person can log on to SA Youth and register a profile for themselves. They can log on to the NYDA portal, and we are a fully digital organization. No one needs to come into a branch. We can offer support via the phone. Of course, if a young person wants to come in person, that's also not a problem. We are introducing a WhatsApp chatbot to make it easier for young people to interact with us over WhatsApp. I'll just ask Mr. Bangu to speak to which departments and which provinces have submitted plans on the integrated youth development strategy. I think I shared some of the outcomes on the status of the youth report. So we would have reflected that we are seeing improvements in the basic education sector. We are seeing improvements in skills development in the country. However, the place where we seem to be not moving and regressing is the economy. You know? The status of the youth report really says that on the economy, we really seem to be struggling to achieve what we need to. And unemployment is moving marginally in both directions, but that is really where the challenge is at the moment. On the IYDS summit, you know, this is one area where I think we also need to get direction from the committee, yeah? Because when we did the IYDS, we would have consulted young people at length about what they would have wanted to see as the outcome of that strategy. We would have consulted, we would have presented the first progress report in the form of the summit. And we think that something like that is important, particularly around consulting of youth organizations, youth in business, youth in civil society, youth in professional organizations. But I also think that there's a feeling in the country that we are governing through summits, you know. And at some point, I also think you hear this conversation that young people are tired of talking. They just want government to do what it's supposed to do, you know. So should we be having summits? And I think it's one area really where we need guidance from the portfolio committee, is that are these summits useful for young people, or is that money better spent on providing grants and jobs and youth service programs to youth? Youth in conflict with the law, I'm happy to say that we are collaborating with the Department of Correctional Services. We're going to run a program for 5,000 young people through youth service who are in conflict with the law, to upskill them, to assist them that when they are released from prison or juvenile detention centers, that they have a pathway into economic opportunities. Similarly, on gender-based violence, we are collaborating with the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, as well as the council in the presidency around issues of GBV. I know the presidential summit on GBV is upcoming in November, and we are part of the planning process for that. But of course, as it relates to supporting vulnerable young women through the youth service program, of course, the majority of those 50,000 young people, we have aimed for majority female representation and majority vulnerable and marginalized young women, yeah? Because we know it's important that economic emancipation of young women is also critical to the element or to the challenges we face around GBV in the country. Honorable Masiko's question around loans, I think that is noted. The organization has moved away from loans towards grants. The loans that are on the book are now legacy loans, which we're in the process of trying to collect where possible. but if we are not able to collect, to write off. Yeah, and I think the AG's view is that where you are unable to collect, you try and collect as far as possible, but when you are spending more time to collect the loan, you should probably move in towards write-off, and those are presented to the board from time to time for write-off. I'll ask Ms. Duma just to speak to the reasons for resignations and dismissals. But I also want to say is that very much my view on the NYDA is that the agency is a transitional organization. We must, as far as possible, at all levels, try and hire young people. They must grow within the organization, and they must also move on. Right? The organization must, at a continuous basis, try and be in the employment of young people, because we are a youth-focused agency. And sometimes I find that when people's contracts come to an end, you know, it's almost like they can't let go of the agency. Yeah, you know, but we need to be transitional in nature. If you enter into a 5-year fixed-term contract, you also need to be aware that towards the end of that contract, there is a possibility that it may not be renewed. You know, and I think people also need to adjust to that in the public service. Is that the permanent employment is becoming less and less of a thing, and we're moving more towards fixed-term types of employment. But I'll also allow Ms. Duma to give her views and also to indicate around employment of people with disabilities. Of course, the evaluation of the grant program is something that was important to us. We've now done 4 assessments of the grant program as NYDA. We'll be doing the 5th this year. We share the results with the committee. And it doesn't come from us, it comes from an independent outside provider to say, what are we doing and is this program? And year on year, the program has shown improvements, and that's why we've continued to invest in it. And we've taken the recommendations that have come out of those monitoring and evaluation assessments. Disability champions, I'll also let Mr. Bango respond to that. Solomon Mashlangu Scholarship Fund had about 106 students enrolled, of which 50 graduated in 2021. The graduation was held in 2022. To speak to Honorable Impiti's point around the communication strategy, we were not aware that we would have wanted to present it today, but the board has sat down and determined what the communication strategy of the organization should be. We will present it to them for final approval, and at our next appearance, we would be willing to share the detailed ComStrat with the committee, as well as share the summary presentation of it. I want to speak to the issue of the Auditor General. Yeah? So I spoke a little bit about it when I responded to the initial question, but I don't agree that our targets are not correctly measured, right? What we are required to do as management and as the board is we develop an annual performance plan. We then measure achievement on that, and the committee monitors us on a quarterly basis. And I understand the committee needs to feel that they are getting credible numbers on a quarterly basis. So our internal monitoring and evaluation measures all of the achievements of our target. Right? Then you also have internal audit, which comes and checks again to say, is M&E measuring correctly, or maybe there may be errors in these targets. And then the AG comes. And the AG won't give you a clean audit if there are differences in the numbers you report and the numbers that they count. Now, in this instance here, what I understand the AG to be saying is that there is a situation where a young person was supposed to receive a kitchen trailer, which they did not receive because the supplier did not deliver. That, in our opinion, is not a young person's fault. That trailer needs to be replaced for the young person. And it was replaced for that young person. Yeah? They would have received that trailer so that they can continue with their business. What they are raising is that there was a gap in a young person being able to receive it. So that's the one element of it, and they may have lost revenue during that period, which we accept. Secondly, there's the issue of a supplier who did not deliver. And in the public service, because we're working with taxpayers' money, there needs to be consequence for that supplier who did not deliver. They need to repay the money back to the NYDA so that that money can be utilized to pay the grant of another young person. Yeah. and we are in the process of recovering that money. Had that money not been recovered, the AG would have reported it as fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Now, in my opinion, what the AG is telling us is they are saying that, hey, look, we are saying to you, you might have a problem here. Yes, you know, you are taking the right steps to correct the deficiency that occurred, but why are you having a deficiency in the first place? You need to go and deal with unscrupulous suppliers who take your money and don't do it. And I'm saying to the committee, it does happen. I don't want to deny that this doesn't happen. Across 2,000 grants, this has happened, right? We're putting the steps in place. We are looking at what more due diligence we can do around those suppliers to prevent this situation from reoccurring in the future. Development work is not easy by its nature. Mistakes happen, you know. I don't want to say we work in a perfect world. Where those mistakes happen, we must try and correct them. Sure, Chair. Do you want can I let Mr. Bango and Ms. Duma maybe just respond to the questions around HR and integrated youth development regulation?
Yeah.
Mr. Bango, maybe first you and then Ms. Duma after.
Yeah, there's load shedding here. Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, thanks, Chair. I think let me respond on the integrated youth development strategy to say how many of those departments that have already submitted. I think given the fact that this strategy was approved in June by Cabinet, because before the approval of the strategy, it was actually a bit difficult, you know, to engage with these government departments to actually put together these youth plans called the Integrated Youth Development Strategy. But since approval, we've seen a positive response. We've engaged, we've written letters to offices of the premiers, DGs, you know, trying to explain to them the approval process and what are the expectations going forward for them to work with us and making sure that these plans are submitted to NYDA. So far, because we had already started long engaging with KZN, and they had also to go through the process to go to their own provincial cabinet to get approval for that youth plan. So KZN is the only province so far, Chair, that has submitted their plan for IYDS. But well, of course, with the other provinces, they've already started working. We've engaged them. And I think one of the challenge was some of them, as we engaged them, they actually did not understand or know what is this integrated youth development strategy plan that, because I mean, I recall even at times CEO sent me to, you know, to go to some of the provinces where there were calls to say, can you please come and workshop us as to how can we develop these plans better and so that we can be able to submit to NYDA. So we are on the ground, Chair. We are working hard with those provinces, and we had set a target of, I mean, before the end of the financial year, all departments should have finalized their plans so that they can be submitted to us, and we'll be in a position to prepare that status of youth report. I think the other question was around the disability champions. I think, Chair, what we did immediately after the management approved the disability strategy, we then established a steering committee. And in that steering committee, it was then agreed that each and every senior manager from each division will therefore become a champion. And all of them have been given letters to say, from now onwards, you'll be serving on a steering committee where we meet, we discuss, we interrogate where we are not doing well in terms of disability. But I think since that steering committee has been convened, we had been able to, you know, to popularize the disability strategy across all the 43 branches, Chair. And also another thing with the our trainers at the branch level. You know, as a steering committee, we also approached HR, because when we had a session with our trainers at the branch, because those are the officials that interact with young people on a daily basis, you know, go to the communities and all of that, you know, try to explain to them what are the services that you can get from NYDA. And then they then indicated that it's quite difficult to engage with the disability sector because there's some resources that are required, but we since resolved that by giving them a training, to capacitate them so that they can be able to, engage with the sector. And that work is already at the branch level. All the trainers, they are aware of the strategy. With the champion, which is the senior manager, for example, from PDDD, who's the head of all the branches. He has already, because of set targets as well, that needs to be implemented, that needs to be monitored. So I think as we go along, Chair, we'll actually even bring a full report, because this financial year, we're actually taking a bold step towards the implementation of disability. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. If I may come in.
Yes, you can come in.
In relation to the HR related questions that were asked. The first question around the issue of our target as far as people with disabilities. So in terms of our numerical goals, so I'm looking at the employment equity plan that was approved, and each duration we need to fill or achieve those targets by 2023. And the numerical goals are sitting at 8 for people with disability. And then in terms of the workforce profile for people with disabilities, we have 4 currently in the organization, and they are sitting at semi-skilled level, and the other 2, the first one is sitting at skilled level, the other 2 are sitting at semi-skilled level, and then that is the current work profile. So we have met like 50% of our targets, but as I've said that we have up until 2023 to achieve those targets. And then in terms of the movement, the resignation and dismissals that we had, the dismissals were, 2 of them were, the reason were abscondment, and the other one was negligent in terms of one of the employees who was given a hired car by the organization to execute some of work, but then he took that ridden car over the weekend and ended up damaging the car. So it was part of negligence. And then under resignation, we do conduct exit interviews, and the boxes that are always ticked around the issues of resignation, it's better opportunities. So most employees will leave for better opportunities elsewhere. And then the second item that is always ticked is around the issue of salaries. So they always feel that they are underpaid. And then lastly, Chair, if I can just expand briefly in terms of the salary of the CEO. So the 2.7 million, if I can just give explanation that you will see on the report, that's not the total cost to companies. So the way our salaries work, because they are evaluated and graded, and then there will be a total cost per annum that you receive. And then over and above that, there are sort of a variable pay that you will get. And some of those variable pay include the performance bonus. So when you see that amount, it will be a combination of any other allowances that you would have received during that period, including travel, S&T, and so forth and so forth. But that's not the total cost payment that he received. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Mafigi, we understand that. It's like us as members of parliament, when they write, it's like we're earning a lot of money, but it includes all our benefits, traveling allowance, telephone, and so on, a constituency, and so on. We understand that. That is the whole total package of the CEO. We don't want to discuss the salary of the CEO here as if somebody has committed a crime. What he explained, I think it's understood to us, and it's clear that he's not the one who gives himself a salary like that. But we are also considerate of what needs to be done, or how much must he earn. We can't say, "Ungakholi kangaka, khola kangaka." The only thing, if when members ask questions, then those questions need to be responded to, so that we cannot make the CEO uncomfortable as if he has committed crime. Because it's for the first time that we saw it. Remember, we've never asked about the salary of the CEO previously. Are you done?
From a management side, I think we're done, Chairperson. Unless there's something members feel we've not responded to.
Okay. No, for the fact that there are no hands, I can then go back to play 100 days in office. What is it that you've done as board members? What are your achievements? Play. You see, when a person ran away from a meeting, then I decide to call that person.
Greetings, Chairperson. Am I audible?
Yes.
Greetings, Chairperson. Am I audible?
Yeah, but who's talking? Is it the chair of who?
It's Asanda, Chairperson.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
I was calling Bilay, Chair. Where is
Oh, apologies, Chair.
She did indicate earlier on that she was going to be load shed and she's struggling with connection.
Okay.
She did indicate so when she was on the platform.
Oh, okay. Okay. You must help your board members with that battery I showed you. You see, now it carried me up until this time.
Yes, Chairperson. I think we will request finance to make that requisition for us.
Okay, over to you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson. I wanted to respond, and I must apologize to the meeting. My gadget also died. So I was in the process of changing devices when that particular question was being asked about what have we done in our first 100 days as the board. And just to take the honorable members through, so after our appointment, we would have been part of strat sessions, and in those particular strat sessions, we had committed to achieve the following. One of our commitments was that we wanted to achieve the targets that was set out in our annual performance plan for the year 2021-2022, which includes the stretch targets for youth entrepreneurship. But secondly, we also wanted to commit to seeking the approval of the integrated youth development strategy from Cabinet. We had also committed to give the necessary support to your National Student Financial Aid Scheme, NSFAS, insofar as it is able to reach as many young people for the intake of the 2022 academic year. But we are also committed to launch the revitalized National Youth Service, which includes the intake of the 35,000 young people by March 2021 on a paid structured youth service program, as well as to be able to lobby for the continuation and the increase of funding for the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention, as well as your Presidential Employment Stimulus. At 6, we wanted to be able to present findings from the first integrated youth development report, which was captured in our integrated youth development strategy, as well as to be able to establish high impact partnerships. And lastly, Honorable Chair, we are committed to fulfilling the commitments that are vested by the Department of Cooperative Governance and COGTA on the Community Works Program in Mpumalanga. So of those commitments, Honorable Chair, and some of this would have been captured in the reports. We are comfortable and quite pleased to inform the members that we would have achieved, in my view, I would say by and large, the majority of those targets or those commitments, some of which, would be ongoing commitments, such as that of establishing high impact partnerships. So we, with the understanding that there is no end to, how far we can reach insofar as these particular partnerships are concerned. But the other targets or the other commitments, Honorable Chair, we are comfortable to report to the portfolio committee that we have reached or we have achieved those particular targets or commitments that we had set ourselves during or in the first 100 days in office. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I don't see any hand. Penis?
Thanks,
Dr. Penis?
Chairperson. Thanks, Chairperson, and good afternoon, honorable members and colleagues. Chairperson, I just want to join in applauding the NYDA for presentation of the annual report, but then for also achievement of the 8th consecutive clean audit, illustrating good governance on the NYDA's part. And Chairperson, I just want to say that we have taken note of the concerns that have been raised by the portfolio committee, and where possible, we will also be working with the NYDA. I just want to also respond on the question which we were asked, particularly on the impact with regard to youth employment, something which was also stated again in this meeting, that as the department, we are partnering with the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. They will be conducting an evaluation study of youth employment initiatives, and that will also be including to assess the initiatives that are undertaken by the NYDA. There has been delay in terms of undertaking that study. It should have commenced the previous year. I'm sure the chairperson and honorable members will recall that it is one of the reasons which we stated as which contributed to our underspending, because the process of the bid process was actually flawed. So let me reassure you that DPME has issued the tender again, and that study will commence very soon. And then the other issue is regarding approval of the NYDA IYDS, Integrated Youth Development Strategy, and also the concern that has been raised by Honorable Masiko regarding obtaining the annual reports of the different government departments, that we will also work closely with the NYDA, because DPME do submit to the department the annual reports for assessment. So what we will need to do is to ensure that the NYDA is included in the team. However, I just want to caution that our preliminary assessment is that plans, particularly with regard to youth development, they are not very visible. So this will require a dedicated strategy, and I support what Mr. Bango has already said in terms of ensuring that the letters are written to the departments for youth development plans to actually be submitted, so that assessment can be done against those plans. And then the other issue that I would like to also speak about is the issue of the sanitary dignity program, which the NYDA is already working with the ST unit in the department. We will also be following up to ensure that there is the collaboration on this project is intensified. And then
There was also a concern that was raised regarding the issue of agriculture. And in this regard, we, as the department, we have had the initial meeting with the African Development Bank, and we will be writing to the NYDA because they advised us that we can submit the project proposal to National Treasury. And in our presentation, we mentioned that that proposal will be done jointly with the Department of Agriculture, but then also with our entities as they are responsible for implementation. So this will also help ensure that there is focus on attracting young people to agriculture. And then finally, Chairperson, you raised a concern, which is a serious concern, that we need to jointly look at the issue of the stipends that are paid to young people, and to ensure that there is uniformity in that regard. As a starting point, I know that there was a study that was conducted for EPWP. So we will just look at whether it was all encompassing in terms of all internship programs. And then if not, we will undertake a rapid assessment to ensure that young people are not actually underpaid, or they don't feel exploited either by the public service or the private sector in that regard. We will make follow-up in that regard. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Dr. Penis. Thank you very much, honorable members. I don't see any hand. I've been checking hands. I don't see, and I don't see even Pearl, but it's okay. Honorable Masiko has just told us that she was having a load shedding, but it's more than 2 hours. I think she started having load shedding when it started from my side at 12, but it's okay. Thank you very much, Chairperson of the NYDA, Deputy Chair, and all the board members, CEO and your executive, Dr. Penis, and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. The reports that you'll be sending to us, you must indicate as early as possible when we are ready with them. Just write to Neliswa so that we can find a slot on when can we invite you to come to the Portfolio Committee so that we can make those presentations. But you are doing, you are not bad. You are not doing bad at all. It's only that we need to feel you on the ground. And I'm happy that you have taken constructive criticism very positively. And there's hope for improvement. And thank you very much to yourselves. Dr. Penis, things that they said, sometimes they are being given to them. You are free also to share with us for as long as they are not taking them out of their plans. But I think, honorable members, we want to commend you for getting unqualified report because it shows that you are consistent and you are serious about ensuring that your NYDA doesn't get qualified reports. It will be a blow and a very disappointment to us as the Portfolio Committee and to yourselves, because you've been trying very hard in ensuring that you don't move from that unqualified report. You continuously get it. I think we have come to the end of our meeting, and if there's nothing else, The meeting is adjourned. Nihambe kahle.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you.
Enjoy your day. Here in Gauteng is raining heavily.
Long live the
Those
chair.
of you who are driving to Alberton, you must know lapho kuneyikhukhula ke. Asanda, if usestradini, you must know ukuthi when you're driving around Alberton, Meyersdal, there's heavy rain. It's flooding there. So play safe. Mpiti Nazli.